Hi guys, it's me, ChazzaHD, and welcome to qualifying day for the Singapore Grand Prix weekend of 2023. Hope you guys are all doing well, no matter where you are in the world and what time zone you're in. Hope you're all having as best a day as possible. And yeah, qualifying in Singapore, we know, is always very exciting. It normally is the most exciting part of the weekend here at the Marina Bay circuit. And I don't really expect it to be any different today, especially after the practice sessions we got yesterday, which point to a surprising possible order that will result from qualifying later today. So, yeah, I think we're in for a very exciting day. It's not just a case of how, by how much will Red Bull end up on pole position. I don't think it's really about that today, because after Friday practice, Ferrari were clearly the kings yesterday. They had a 1-2 in practice 1 and in practice 2 as well. And in practice 2 were comfortably the quickest team. Will that continue in practice 3 in qualifying? We will find out very, very soon. But yeah, we are in for, without a doubt, at least a 2-team fight and possibly a 3-driver fight for pole position today in Singapore. That is, at the very least, I think what people want is, 2 or 3 drivers and a couple teams at least involved in the fight for pole position. And yeah, pretty confident that's what we're going to get today. Of course, when it comes to the results of practice 2, which is by far the most representative session we've had so far this weekend, I will get into the results of that in just a moment. But one thing to quickly point out before we get into practice 3 is, of course, practice 3 being held in, in light conditions, daylight conditions. It is the latter part of the day, so, the temperature is, continuously dropping, but the conditions are not quite what we're going to see in qualifying, so we do have to take what we see in practice 3 with a pinch of salt, as we do, other races where you have a qualifying session during the evening and practice 3 or practice 1 or whatever during the daytime. So, yeah, important to remember that going into the third practice session, which will be getting underway, as you can see on your screen, in just over 10 minutes time. And yeah, in a moment we will get into the results of yesterday's practice 2 session, just so you guys can see how the pecking order is shaping up so far going into the rest of the weekend. One other thing to say quickly is it did rain quite heavily, I think, a few hours ago in Singapore and in, or at the circuit. So the rubber from yesterday that was laid down by the drivers is no longer there. So the conditions today in terms of the rubber on track and all of that, not going to be as easy as it would be normally for Singapore Grand Prix weekend. And I do expect, certainly in qualifying, because of that rain that has washed away the rubber, I am expecting a very high amount of track evolution. So, yeah, it's going to be a very interesting and quite exciting day in Singapore. But let me just hide this timer quickly, and let's get into the results from practice 2. So yeah, Ferrari first and second. Carlos Sainz quickest from Charles Leclerc in second. Leclerc was actually quicker than Carlos Sainz in the first 2 sectors in practice 2, but Carlos ended up just good enough in the final sector to end up just about by a couple hundredths of a second quicker. And then a quarter of a second's gap to the next car of Mercedes, who didn't didn't look too bad, especially with George Russell. Fernando Alonso then in 4th, looking okay, I would say, are Aston Martin and Alonso on their pace. Lewis Hamilton then in 5th, with Lando Norris in 6th. McLaren definitely were disappointing yesterday, given they have brought a massive upgrade for this weekend's race, and it is only on, remember, Lando Norris's car. Red Bull 7th and 8th. They were struggling a lot yesterday with the balance of the car. The rear end was very unstable, and Perez said in practice that he thought he was going to crash all the time when going through the corners. So we'll have to see whether Red Bull will be able to get on top of that, and have they fixed that overnight? Because if they haven't, they are at a massive risk today of dropping quite far down the order compared to what we were, say, expecting coming into this weekend's race. And then Haas in 9th with Kevin Magnussen, Alfa Romeo 10th. Haas looking actually pretty good compared to what I expected. And for the rest of the field, you got Hulkenberg, Liam Lawson having a great weekend, 0.2 of a second quicker than teammate Tsunoda in practice 2, even though Lawson has never raced here before. So, yeah, very impressive performance for Liam Lawson. Esteban Ocon 13th, Alpine not looking too good right now. Lance Stroll 14th, Piastri 15th. Piastri, we have to remember, does not have the new upgrade. So, yeah, he's going to be having a tricky weekend, and probably not that great of a weekend if McLaren aren't, truly that quick from what we've seen so far. And then the final few cars, you've got Tsunoda, Zhou, Gasly, and the 2 Williamses at the back. Alex Albon, though, had an ERS issue in practice, in practice 2. And that is why Albon ended up at the back and only did 5 laps in practice 2. And if he had done a proper soft tyre run, I'm pretty confident Albon would have ended up around 13th, 14th in second practice. So, yeah. Those were the results of that session. I'll just come back to this, and I'll just wait about 20-30 seconds until I can sync up the timer back on screen so it's accurate to how long actually we have left until the session gets going. And I'll just get that synced up now. Yeah. So, coming out of practice 2, which is, again, by far the most representative session we've had. There you go, 7 minutes to go until practice 3. Yeah, practice 2, most representative session by far of the weekend that we've had so far. And the pecking order, in my view, is for qualifying. This is ignoring the race and what the pace for the long runs looks like, which we'll get into, of course, tomorrow, going into the race. Yeah, for qualifying, Ferrari, I think, are quickest. Red Bull, I think, will be, at worst, the second best team. And then third, I'm going Mercedes. Fourth, I'm going Aston Martin, with McLaren in 5th. And then outside of the top 5 teams, I've got Haas in 6th place, with probably Williams in 7th, Alfa Romeo 8th, or actually, sorry, not Alfa Romeo 8th, Alfa Romeo 7th, then Williams in 8th, and then probably AlphaTauri or Alpine having the worst car. I'd say they're probably the 2 slowest teams I've seen so far this weekend overall. So let's see if we see any differences with that once we get into the sessions. Again, practice 3, we do have to take the data from practice 3 with a pinch of salt because of the different track conditions. But what to look out for is the lap times that are being done in practice 3. So the best time of the weekend so far is a 1:32.1 done by Carlos Sainz in practice 2 yesterday. So that will give us a decent idea as to genuinely how quick certain teams are and how, I guess, how hard certain teams as well are pushing. As I can see, Carlos Sainz just getting his gear on now, having a great weekend. Hopefully continue this brilliant weekend. As there's on the TV broadcast, Günther Steiner talking with his mechanics. So yeah, we're going to be getting underway in just a moment. Just wanted to say quickly, hope you guys are all well. And yeah, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Of course, we do qualifying and race watch along content for every single Grand Prix, and we do previews, reviews, all of that stuff. Well, so if you want to keep up to date with everything going on in Formula One, make sure to subscribe. And for everyone watching right now, make sure to smash that like button. We're currently on 5 likes or so, I think. Let's try and get up to like 15 plus if we can in the next, say, 10, 15 minutes or so. That'd be great if we could. Before we get into the session, though, let me just read out a comment from Ken Waller, who's just posted the first comment of the stream, saying, "Hey Chazza, I find it funny how F1 tighten up the rules of the floor and Red Bull are slow. I bet Marco is fuming, must be why he said he backs Massa to get the 2008 title he doesn't deserve." The technical directive, as far as I'm aware, is not necessarily to do with the floor. I think it's more so to do with the front wings. But yeah, maybe that's had an effect, but I mean, we're not going to find out truly until, I would say, the end of qualifying, you know, who that might have affected. I mean, we're never going to truly know, you know, who it has affected and by how much, but yeah, maybe that has had an effect so far. Of course, Red Bull have brought an upgrade of their own. They've brought a slightly revised floor. Sergio Perez was running it in practice too when he complained about the rear end of his car. So maybe it's the new floor that you know had or it's just not working with the rest of the car as well. We'll have to see once we get into this session and qualifying whether that will continue. And yeah, I did see the comments from Helmut Marko about him backing Massa to win, or you know, backing Massa's case or supporting his case, I would say. Try and get the championship overturned for Felipe Massa towards himself over Lewis Hamilton, which I still think, realistically, I don't think that's going to happen because I don't really see what can be done to overturn the to overturn things to give Felipe the championship. The only thing that can be done, I'm sorry, the only thing that can be done to help Felipe win the championship is if they decide to null and void the 2008 Singapore Grand Prix, where, of course, Renault won due to the whole Crashgate scandal. The thing is, though, it might be decided just to disqualify Renault from that particular race and remove them from the race results. Which, if that was the case, Lewis Hamilton would actually grab more points from that race if that was to happen. So yeah, realistically, I don't see how Felipe Massa gets that overturned and becomes 2008 world champion. I just don't see it, especially given how the reason he is doing this, as I'll just actually switch over to my watch-along screen, because we're nearly into the session. Here you go. Let me just get rid of that text. Or actually, hold on. Yeah. Get rid of that text. There you go. Of course, practice 3 will be an hour-long session. Link up the timer at the 59-minute mark. Yeah, the reason Felipe is, you know, doing or pursuing this case is because of what Bernie Ecclestone said at the start, near the start of this year, where Bernie was talking about how he and Max Mosley knew what Renault did, but decided to just move on to not cause a ruckus, which I don't believe to be true, to be honest. Again, I can't prove that that's not true, but Max Mosley, who's, you know, is no longer with us, which is really not, it's not going to help Felipe and his case that Max Mosley is, you know, has been dead for I think, is it a year or two now? Because obviously Max Mosley then can't testify to what he knows. Max Mosley, though, did an interview with Steve Ryder on Sky F1 nearly 10 years ago where he talked about Crashgate, and Max Mosley said he was first notified about the whole thing from Nelson Piquet Jr.'s dad, Nelson Piquet Sr., in Monaco the following year, which would have been, about 8 months later, rather than right after what happened in Singapore in 2008. So because of what Max said then, I just don't see how I just don't see how Felipe can provably get the results overturned. I just don't see how he can do that and come out successful pretty much from this whole case. Ken Wallace saying in the chat, Chazza, if it's overturned, I think Max loses 2021 for sure. Yeah. That is if Felipe, be successful as there you go, timer on screen. Now let me just quickly adjust the and yeah, adjust it quickly again, and yeah, that's right. Let me just do it again. Slightly too low. Yeah, that's fine now. Yeah, if Felipe is successful, so session, by the way, is underway. We've got, I think, an Alfa Romeo on the track, maybe a few other cars as well. The only car we can see, though, is the Alfa Romeo. I'll update you, obviously, on first lap times of the session. Yeah, if Felipe is successful and gets it overturned and wins the 2008 title, then Mercedes absolutely will pursue legal action immediately. Toto Wolff actually said earlier today that he is closely monitoring Felipe Massa's legal case, because if Felipe, is successful, of course, then Mercedes have absolutely, I wouldn't even say they've just got a shout, of getting the 2021 championship outcome overturned. I think if Felipe Massa successfully overturns the the result of 2008 and wins the title, I think it's a slam dunk in terms of Mercedes getting it overturned for 2021, because I think there's a lot stronger of an argument for Lewis Hamilton to get his 8th championship and get that all overturned for him than there is probably for Felipe Massa's case. So, yeah, it is very interesting to see what will happen with that. But my feeling is still that Felipe Massa, I don't think, will be successful with the case, and it'll probably just end in a out-of-court financial settlement between the FIA, F1, and Felipe Massa. That's probably how it will end up. Which, I mean, is that the right way of dealing with this issue? Not necessarily, but in court, or just the result of legal disputes, it's not necessarily about what is right. It's about in terms of how it's resolved, it's what is realistically best for both parties. As Valtteri Bottas sets the first lap time of the day, and it's a 1:35.0. I will keep you updated through practice 3 how close we get to the best times from yesterday. Again, 32.1 best time from yesterday, so 3 seconds away at the minute. And Valtteri yesterday did a 1:33.1, so 2 seconds away from his own personal best, as we've got Perez, Sainz, Stroll, Leclerc, and Verstappen on an outlap, as it looks like there Liam Lawson is just getting suited and booted, ready to get out there on the track. Also, another thing I want to say quickly is I have a poll running at the top of the live chat. Make sure to vote in that poll if you haven't before qualifying starts. The question I've asked is, will Ferrari take pole position for the 2023 Singapore Grand Prix? Yes or no are the options. So, yeah, let me know what you think about that. As we are looking at Sergio Perez at the moment, who is on track, just coming on to the second DRS zone, down to turn 7, and he's on the medium compound tyre as he does a purple first sector. But yeah, what to look out for here really is, how is the Red Bull car handling? Does it look how it's normally looked this season, with comfortable and easy drive? But from this helicopter shot they're showing, I can't really tell you how the car looks handling wise. He brakes hard for the hairpin of 13. It's that. Now motors on down to turn 14 as Perez over a tenth of a second slower than Bottas on this lap so far, as Pierre Gasly now come out onto the track for an outlap. Perez now flat from the exit of 14 all the way to the chicane of turn 16 and 17. Of course, the final sector now a lot faster, which is definitely helping Ferrari's cause, as Sergio Perez goes second at a tenth and a half slower than Bottas. And Carlos Sainz has just done a purple middle sector as Lance Stroll, the medium compound tyre, goes quickest for Aston Martin. So there you go, as Carlos Sainz now goes slightly quicker by just over half a tenth compared to Stroll. So it's Carlos Sainz in P1 with Stroll second. Charles Leclerc only goes 5th for Ferrari, as here comes Max Verstappen, purple first and second sector, and goes 0.6 of a second quicker than Carlos Sainz. That is a very big amount of time straight out of the blocks. Still, not as quick as they went yesterday, so it's not like they're showing some truly stunning pace. But yeah, that's a very good lap to start off for Max Verstappen. Just to get into tyres quickly, the tyre compounds this weekend are the 3 softest compounds. As Perez saying on the radio, the rear is still on the edge. It feels a bit too pointy, he says. What too pointy means is got too much front end, which I don't think that's really, I don't think that suits Perez's driving style. I think he tends to be someone who's a bit more of a fan of understeery cars than anything. The tyre compounds this weekend are the 3 softest that Pirelli have: C5, C4, and C3. The soft compound tyre around this track should be about half a second quicker than the medium. So, yeah. And then the medium compared to the hard should be another half a second quicker. So, yeah, make sure you keep an eye out for that as we go forward. Most drivers have done their best times on the medium, as Valtteri Bottas continues on the soft compound tyre. Valtteri coming through the beginning of the middle sector. By the way, if you hear background noise, it's just my chair creaking. I know it is annoying. It annoys me quite a bit as well. So, yeah, sorry if it's a bit excessive at times. The more I move, the more it creaks, basically. You need a new one. Bottas is coming 13. Yeah, Gasly is on a lap time at the moment, and we've now got Hamilton, Ocon, Russell, Norris, and Hulkenberg on an outlap as Valtteri Bottas does a purple middle sector, and is now closely, or did just grab a bit of a slipstream from, I think, Lewis Hamilton ahead. see. Now if Bottas bumps very hard over the entry to turn 16, the entry curb. Now flies through the final corner. And Valtteri goes second on a 34.9. But I think really what I'm looking out for in this session is have Red Bull got on top of the rear end of their car and those, the issues they had with that yesterday. By the sounds of it so far, still not quite, as Verstappen, very embarrassing mistake there. He accelerated a bit too much going into turn 14 on a cool down lap and ended up going deep down the escape road. As Lewis Hamilton on the soft compound tyre for his run, goes so far in the first sector about a tenth and a half down on Verstappen. As Lance Stroll on the medium compound tyre goes up to second. What was I going to say? Yeah, what I'm looking out for in this session is have Red Bull got on top of the issues that plagued them yesterday with the rear end of the car? We'll have to see, obviously, as the session goes along. But I think the biggest thing I'm looking out for is, will McLaren actually deliver on the potential I think they do have? And obviously, with all the new upgrades they've brought, you would expect at least a half a second gain in performance. With Lando Norris, of course, the only driver running those new parts, as Carlos Sainz does a much improved lap, a 1:33.7, goes quickest by quite a big margin, as Lewis Hamilton goes up to third, but only on the soft compound tyre compared to Max on the medium. So not the greatest lap necessarily. George Russell also on the soft tyre entering the final sector, as Esteban Ocon goes up to 6th place. So Pierre Gasly does another slow-ish lap. Zhou is now up to 8th place, and Russell goes second with a much better lap than his teammate, nearly 3.5 tenths quicker than Lewis Hamilton. Russell having a good weekend so far, good to see. So George Russell up to E2. And now here's Lando Norris. He's on a set of mediums. What can he do with his first run? Does a 1:34.2. That's not too bad, to be honest, for a first run, as Leclerc does a purple first sector. Yeah, Lando Norris up to 3rd position. As we've got then Verstappen 4th, Hamilton 5th, and then Stroll, Bottas, Hulkenberg is now up in 8th place. Got Ocon 9th, Perez 10th, and then Zhou, Leclerc, Gasly, final 3 that have done a lap time so far, as Sergio Perez improves up to 4th place. Leclerc just completing another run. The medium compound tyre. Does he go quickest? No, 3 tenths of a second slower. As Max Verstappen so far in his lap is quicker than Carlos Sainz after the first 2 sectors. Has done a purple first sector. Comes through. Turn 16 and 17. I think I have to say, with that final sector that they've obviously changed the layout, it's made it a lot more of a better flow, I would say. And I think that's why the drivers are enjoying it a bit more. And plus, I think they've changed the track surface as well, as Max Verstappen goes quickest by 1/10 of a second. And we're not too far away from times that would be matching yesterday. I mean, yeah, Max 33.6, and that's on the medium compound tyre. So if he was on the soft, you'd imagine he'd do a low 33, a 33.0, 33.1. Obviously, yesterday he did a, what was it, a 32.8. So yeah, we're not that far away from some proper quick lap times. As here comes Fernando Alonso on the medium compound tyre. Let's see what he's going to do. Well, very slow first sector. That's what he's going to do on lap so far. Fernando just going into turn 9, where yesterday into turn 9 he murdered a lizard that was trying to cause terror towards the drivers. Turn 13. Handling looks fine. Nothing special. Quite a slow lap so far. Maybe just warming up. A quick run. Passes there. A slow car. Max Verstappen has just come into the pit lane. So through turn 16, 17. Now into the final couple corners. Alonso goes only 13th. So, of course, he can do a lot better than that because he's quite a bit slower than teammate Lance Stroll. As we're now waiting for Magnussen, Lawson, Albon, Tsunoda and Sargent to do their first lap time of the day. Magnussen and Lawson are currently on a flying lap. Albon and Tsunoda are on out laps. Logan Sargent still in the pit lane as Lewis Hamilton is on an out lap now. And talking of Liam Lawson, here he is. 6.5 tenths down on Verstappen after the first sector. Of course, AlphaTauri, another team with massive upgrades. They've gone for a completely reshaped side pod plus floor. So you'd expect really that for AlphaTauri to give them a big extra boost in performance. See what they're capable of today. Lawson having a good weekend so far. Those laps going well enough as Lando Norris has just popped up to 3rd place. Kevin Magnussen does a very good first lap, comparatively, and goes up to 6th. As Leclerc has just done a purple first sector and is quicker than Max in the middle sector as well. So Leclerc looking good for maybe going up to P1 in a second. As here comes Lawson to the line and goes only 12th. Not really that great. Not necessarily am I saying that for him, but I'm saying really that for AlphaTauri. As Leclerc goes second, 3 thousandths of a second slower than Verstappen. Very close. As Alex Albon on the soft compound tyre goes up to P10, which is not necessarily the greatest lap time. I've got to be honest. That compound compared to everybody else. As Sky F1 now go to an ad break, unfortunately. So I'm going to have to get up. I'm going to have to get up on my end the live timing on the F1 website for a couple minutes. As hold on a second. Get this up. As George Russell has now just gone quickest for Mercedes by 2 tenths of a second on the soft compound tyre, but still, he has gone quickest. 33.4. Lewis Hamilton has just popped up to 4th place. And then you got Sainz 5th, Norris 6th, Magnussen 7th, Perez 8th, Stroll 9th, Albon 10th, and the rest of the field is Ocon in 11th, Pierre Gasly in P12. And then Hulkenberg 13th, Bottas 14th, Lawson 15th, and then Zhou, Alonso, Piastri, Tsunoda, Sargent, as Alonso has just improved up to 7th place for Aston Martin. Of course, Alonso on the medium compound tyre. So, yeah, the order I've got correct. Well, not anymore, because Carlos Sainz has gone even quicker. And has gone actually quickest on a 1:33.1, which is quite impressive of a lap time on that compound. Quarter of a second quicker than Russell on a harder compound of tyre, so maybe that indicates that Ferrari are a lot quicker than Mercedes. Not good news for Mercedes if that is the case, but of course, still plenty of time to find out the actual truth. So I should be back from that ad break, hopefully within the next 45 seconds or so. But your top 10 is, Sainz, Russell, Verstappen, Leclerc, Hamilton, Norris, Alonso, Magnussen, Perez, and Stroll. As Logan Sargent, I think, has joined the track now. I think he is on a flying lap on the soft compound tyre, so we'll see what he does. Don't think he's really going to go any higher than 20th, to be honest. Probably up to 19th, given that Tsunoda has done a pretty slow lap time compared to his teammate so far. So, yeah, we will see. Second. And Logan Sargent actually has gone quite a bit higher than that. He's gone up to 15th place. And only, quarter of a second slower than Albon. That's a pretty good lap time there from Logan. That really what we're asking for him. I think Sky is just showing a delayed broadcast quickly just to show that Carlos Sainz went quickest. And 1:33.195. Out comes the Red Bull of Max Verstappen on a set of medium compound tyres. See what Max has for us. Probably, I'd imagine, as he looks like he's going to practice start get to the pit lane. Given that he's already done a lap time on the medium, I think there's probably a decent chance that he's doing a heavier fueled run on the medium. As Leclerc, just a replay of him turning into turn one, rear end coming round and him having to save it. Good save there from Leclerc, who's still struggling to match his teammate. Esteban Ocon flies through the final corner and starts his next lap. Alpine only 12th and 13th, and they've been pretty slow this weekend. Are we going to see any sort of progress in this session? Out. Showing the on the screen how the Gasly Ocon fight has gone in the championship so far. Gasly at the moment 1 point ahead of Ocon. Gasly is in 10th place in the championship. Ocon in 11th. Level on points is Ocon with Oscar Piastri. Still isn't in the top 10 of the championship. That's not really because of his own fault, but because of it's been a up-down season, I'd say, for McLaren. You would, of course, expect Piastri to finish probably at least 9th in the championship by the end of the season, given that Lance Stroll, I think, is only 11 points ahead of him in 9th. So, yeah, very surprised if Piastri doesn't finish in 9th. There's Alex Albon Comes into turn 16, 17. And he's on a better lap on these soft compound tyres. Flies through the final corner. Albon goes 9th. But given that everybody else, not everybody else, but nearly everybody else is on the medium compound tyre, that it's not really that impressive of a lap, as Esteban Ocon now goes up to 9th place on the medium compound tyre, clearly illustrating what I just said. Max Verstappen, yeah, looks to me like he's on a heavy field run. As we've got a yellow flag in Sector 1. Probably going to be at Turn 1, I'd imagine. Turn 1, 2, 3. Maybe someone's gone for a spin. Yeah, it is an AlphaTauri. And it is Liam Lawson going for a spin and then came back on the track with a big 360. So, yeah. Well, not 360, sorry, a 180. As George Russell now goes quickest for Mercedes on a 132.8. That is about half a second slower than he went in practice 2 yesterday. So we're not far away from some really quick times here. As, yeah, the replay of Lawson on board into turn 1. And I think just picked up the throttle a bit too early in the middle of turn 2 going into turn 3. And was also straddling the curb probably a bit too hard. That's what caused the rear to lose ability and spin him round. Guy F1 currently interviewing Zach Brown on the McLaren pit wall. Slow-mo as well. Lawson's spin. As there is the man he's replaced, Daniel Ricciardo, who of course still is recovering from the broken hand or broken bone in his hand, whatever you want to call it. Exactly in terms of the bone he broke. And Ricciardo, I believe, will be back in the car in Qatar, which is in, what, 3 weeks from now? So, yeah, Ricciardo should be back for the AlphaTauri team. Max Verstappen on a lap, but yeah, pretty sure he's on a heavier fueled run here. Not done a personal best first sector. Going about 4 or 5 seconds slower than he was previously, so clearly heavy fuel. And with the race runs yesterday, Red Bull looked good, but I wouldn't say they looked as good as what we've seen this season from the long runs on a Friday. They looked pretty close with teams like Aston Martin, Mercedes to a degree. Even, I mean, they were quicker than Ferrari, but they weren't as quick compared to Ferrari as I expected. So, yeah. It's not been anywhere near as easy of a weekend for them as it has been so many times this season. As Logan Sargent goes up into the top 10. What a lap by the American. Ahead of his teammate, Alex Albon, who is currently on an outlap. As you've then got Perez in 12th. Yuki Tsunoda is now up to 13th place. With then Stroll, Gasly, Hulkenberg, Bottas, Lawson, Piastri. Piastri 20th. He's done his best time on the hard compound tyre. So, yeah, can't read anything. Him as Lewis Hamilton. A better lap on a new set of soft compound tyres. His teammate's been pretty clearly quicker than him this weekend. And Hamilton, around a track that he's always been very quick at, can he stop this momentum that's started to build over the last couple of races where George has been quicker, at least in qualifying? So far on this lap, he's not really able to do that. He's 0.2 of a second slower than Russell on this lap so far after the first 2 sectors. So, yeah, Lewis, I wouldn't say struggling, but he's definitely not at his best here. As he comes to the line, and yeah, 0.2 of a second down, but goes up to second place. Red Bull just asking Perez on the radio, was that an improvement? And he responded, not really. I'm still struggling. And it went on to say something else, but I couldn't quite catch it in time. So Perez clearly not happy still with the car. But yeah, Russell, 0.2 of a second quicker than Hamilton. And yeah, Lewis has always been so quick here. Of course, he's won here. What? 1, 2, 3, 4 times, I believe. Yeah, 4 times. Obviously had that amazing pole position lap in 2018. On pole here for McLaren a couple times. This has been a really special place for him. But so far, this weekend, he's been on the back foot. As Haas there, just bringing Kevin Magnussen into the garage as Carlos Sainz is coming back out on track on a set of medium tyres. We'll see whether he pushes hard on this lap. But eventually, by the end of the session, we should get everyone out there on track on a set of soft tyres as a Leclerc. In a moment, it will come out on the mediums as well. Yeah, just going to come out now. But yeah, by the end of the session, I think we'll get everyone having done a run on the soft compound tyre. As we've got, yeah, Sainz, pretty much Leclerc, Lawson, and Piastri currently on an outlap. There is, on the TV broadcast, George Russell looking focused as ever. And even if Mercedes' pace is not that great, I think he'll be definitely satisfied at beating Lewis Hamilton today and this weekend if that does happen. I mean, at the end of the day, your first job as a driver is to beat your teammate. If you do that, then you're doing, at least for that moment, the maximum that you can do. And especially when your teammate is a 7-time world champion. If you beat your teammate, then yeah, you can't ask any more of George Russell if he's doing that. So as long as he does that, then I mean it's really down to Mercedes then whether their pace in the end is good enough or not. As Oscar Piastri coming to the middle sector, he's on a better lap on these hard compound tyres. As Yuki Tsunoda does a very good time and goes up to 7th place for the AlphaTauri team. Very good lap. A couple tenths of a second quicker than Fernando Alonso. As Piastri through the final corner to the line, and he goes 15th on the hard compound tyre, which is not too bad of a lap, considering, you know, the drivers around him and what tyres they've done their laps on. So, yeah, good lap there from Piastri. And he's, He's 0.8 of a second slower than his teammate on a compound that is half a second slower. And Lando has the upgraded McLaren and Oscar does not. So, yeah, I think that is a very good time there from Piastri. As at the moment, unfortunately, we've got a bit of a lull in the action as Leclerc coming down to turn 7, DRS not open, so clearly he is on a long run. Yeah, we're just in that lull of the session where people are just doing some long long runs and just trying to get some more data now that they've made, slight setup alterations or massive setup alterations compared to yesterday. So that's what that's all about. But as a Lance Stroll improved his lap time, but is in 14th place at the moment, half a second slower than Alonso, who's in 8th. Yeah, give it another 10 minutes, I would say, and I reckon we'll get pretty much everybody trying to go for a quick one on the soft compound tyre, and then we'll get to see how people are looking, I guess, going into the session, as Sergio Perez on the medium compound tyre goes up to 8th place. Perez about 0.3 of a second slower with that lap compared to Max Verstappen's best lap, as Leclerc, 3.5 seconds slower. Asian. Continues on. So yeah, make sure to, if you got any questions you want to ask in the chat, want to post, whatever comment, then yeah, make sure to go for it, because at the minute I think I'm probably gonna have to come to you guys in the chat, because there's nothing really going on track, as Sky now go to an ad break a good time. Blue Flag Alpha says going to be close between Ferrari and Red Bull. Definitely. Class Alsba, I think it is. Says, come on, Max. Max, take the pole today. But I will also grant someone else a victory as long as it's not Hamilton. I'm kind of done with him. Give Alonso a victory so badly. Well, that's your view. I mean, to be honest, if you were to ask me, who would I prefer to see win if there is going to be any driver outside of Red Bull winning a race this season, who would I prefer to see win a race? It's hard to say. I think probably would have to be between Alonso, Norris, and Piastri. For a couple reasons. One, Fernando has not won a race in 10 years, and Lando and Oscar have never won a race. Obviously, it's Oscar's debut season, but Lando, even though, he's had a couple chances at winning races, Lando, given how great he has been in his Formula One career, he deserves to have at least one win to his name. Given the drivers that have won races, say, in the last 10 years or so, Lando's talent level. So, yeah, Alonso, Norris, Piastri, I think those would be the three I'd like to see the most win. But, I mean, as long as, and I've said this obviously a million times before, as long as we get a competitive, good battle for victory, I don't care if Verstappen wins every race, as long as it's, a competitive fight for him to get that win rather than just him easily cruising to it. That's what we don't want. The comments here if I can. Rooksfoot, is it free choice of tyre for quali session, Shazza, or the hard Q1, medium Q2, etc. thing? No, we're not having that alternate tyre allocation thing, so they can use whatever compounds they want to in qualifying. There is no, must use the hard tyre, then the medium, then the soft. That is not a rule this weekend, thank God, because I don't like that rule. I don't think there's really, I wouldn't say there's not any evidence, but I don't think there is anywhere near enough evidence to suggest that that it actually has made things more exciting, that alternate tire allocation rule in the race weekends where it's been deployed. I think you could argue it's actually made things less interesting, because in practice the teams are not running as much, plus they're not pushing as hard because they can't really, given the lack of tyres they, have compared to a normal weekend. So, yeah. As is a replay of Valtteri Bottas coming into the pit lane, or trying to. And it's there what everyone on the F1 game does, which is go too quick into the entry, then bump over the curve, back onto the track, and then come back into the pit entry. So he might get a warning for that. But yeah, that's just a simple mistake. As George Russell, what a first sector by him. 0.3 of a second quicker than his personal best. A purple first sector, of course. So this is going to be probably his quickest lap of the weekend so far. Let's see what Mercedes have got. Pace-wise, final 20 minutes of third practice. Third and final practice, of course. As Russell. Looking good. Handling. Only little slight correction needed with the steering wheel. And he's 3.5 tenths up on his personal best middle sector. So this could be an improvement of about half a second, which would basically match the lap time he did yesterday. Ran, I think, slightly wide in the entry to the turn 16 there. Into the final couple corners. Looked absolutely fine. And yeah, just goes 5 tenths of a second quicker on a 1:32.3. So that is basically matching what he did yesterday. Let's see how the others respond. As here is a Williams. Alex Albon on the soft tyre on an improved lap. Albon currently slower than teammate Sargent. But I don't think that'll be necessarily for long, as a black and white flag for Bottas for crossing the line at pit entry. Albon comes to turn 16-17 as Lando Norris does a purple first sector. So here we go, guys. We're getting now the quick times. As Albon into the final corner. And for the line, he goes 4th. That is a massive improvement of, 7.5 tenths on his previous best time that was also done on the soft compound tyre. As Alonso, 7 tenths down on Russell after the first 2 sectors. This is a poor lap for Alonso, as Esteban Ocon goes all the way up to 2nd on the soft compound tyre. Let me just quickly update that. There you go. Albon, of course, ahead of Verstappen for now. As Alonso goes 3rd for Aston Martin. Here comes Lando Norris, who goes quickest for McLaren by just over half a tenth of a second, as Lewis Hamilton now on a better lap. Let me just quickly update those improvements. So Lando Norris quickest, and that is McLaren's best lap time of the weekend so far, 32.3. Russell 2nd, Ocon 3rd. Alonso in 4th. And then you got Hamilton, Sainz, Albon, Verstappen, Leclerc, and now Logan Sargent in 10th place. And then Tsunoda, Perez, Magnussen, Stroll, Piastri, Gasly, Hulkenberg, Bottas, Lawson, Zhou. That is the field with just over 15 minutes to go in final practice, as Lewis Hamilton has done a purple middle sector. Can he go quickest for Mercedes and show the pace we expect from him? Not quite, as he goes only 3rd, despite doing a purple 2nd and 3rd sector. Still ended up slower by about 1.5 compared to his teammates. So that first sector, unfortunately, quite a struggle for him. There is definitely more in the bag there for Lewis. As here's a replay of Albon, exit of turn 17, getting as close to the wall as you dare. And that was perfect from Albon. He gently brushed the wall. As here is Lance Stroll now on the soft tyre. And Stroll on a better lap at the minute compared to Fernando Alonso. He's actually 0.2 of a second quicker so far on this lap, is Stroll, compared to Alonso after the first 2 sectors. So this is a good one for the Canadian. He comes through turn 16, 17. Piastri now out there on the soft tyre. Lawson as well. As Stroll through the final couple corners. And where can he go? He goes 6th, but that is a lot better from Stroll. As Oscar Piastri goes up to 4th place for McLaren. As Liam Lawson, not on a great lap, I have to say. But again, not really his fault, more so probably the AlphaTauri, you'd have to imagine. Yeah, Piastri 4th. Nearly 4.5 tenths slower than Norris. So maybe he could I don't know, get a tenth or so closer to Lando. But I don't think really we can blame him too much for his performance. Just there as Liam Lawson goes up to 10th place. But I think in the end, that's not going to turn out to be that great of a lap once everyone has done their proper soft tyre runners. Max Verstappen out there on an out lap. Here comes Pierre Gasly, who goes 10th only, with Esteban Ocon, his teammate, in 5th. And Ocon, 5.5 tenths quicker at the minute than Gasly. Where has Gasly's pace gone? Not expecting this. As, yeah, Verstappen and Leclerc are on an outlap, and so is Carlos Sainz and Alex Albon. I think all of them are on the soft tyre. So we're about to find out what these drivers are capable of and what these teams particularly are capable of. As Max Verstappen, I think, has started his first flying lap today on the soft compound tyre. Let's see what this Red Bull has before we get into qualifying later. Their best time from yesterday was a 1:32.8. Of course, the best time so far in this session of 32.3. Verstappen for the first sector. Not quick. 0.3 of a second down. That is a massive loss of time in the first sector. It's not the most important sector. Sector 1. But still, 0.3 of a second. That is a massive difference. As Verstappen now into turn 10. Through turn 11, 12, 13, and he'll arrive very shortly to the apex of turn 14. Gone through that fine, got as close to the exit wall of turn 14 as you really should. Still though, 1/3 of a second down on Lando Norris. This is not a good lap for Verstappen and Red Bull. Now comes into turn 16 and 17. And Verstappen now into the final couple corners. Can he salvage a bit of time here? Not really. 0.3 of a second down and only goes 4th. That is a disappointing run for Red Bull. And that, on Red Bull, again, this session isn't the most representative because it's still daylight in this session, but I would be definitely a tad concerned if I am the Red Bull team, because that was not a quick lap. And Max didn't make any mistakes on that lap, which I think is the most concerning bit about it. As we've got a yellow flag in Sector 3. Both Ferraris have done the first sector on their soft tyre run. And now green flag, thankfully, as Carlos Sainz has done a much better, and so has Leclerc, much better first sector than Verstappen and the Red Bull did. Let's see what the middle sector holds for Ferrari. They were very quick in the middle sector yesterday. What's it like now? Oh, very, very quick again. 0.2 of a second pretty much quicker than McLaren. Ferrari confirming right here they do legitimately have the pace to take pole position later on today. As Sainz in turns 16 and 17, slight loss of the rear end on the exit of 17 into the final couple corners. Does Carlos go quickest? Yes, he does. And it's a 1:32.0. The best time of the weekend so far. As Charles Leclerc is about to complete a lap of his own. We're not seeing him at the moment, which is annoying. Unless he's backed off. But, yeah, I think Leclerc actually might have backed off because he should have completed his lap by now. Looks like there's a Mercedes on a new lap, as here is a replay of Albon going deep at the, down the escape road at turn 14. The first corner of the final sector. Yeah, Ferrari, they're confirming that they have got legitimately the strongest pace out there. Yeah, Leclerc definitely backed off on that lap. As Sergio Perez on the soft tyre only goes 7th for Red Bull. So 5th and 7th. And Max Verstappen in the Red Bull, nearly 0.6 of a second slower than Carlos Sainz. Red Bull, they're in trouble. They are in big trouble going into qualifying later today. Lewis Hamilton. Now, he's on a better lap, but it's not, let's say, as good as it could be from Hamilton. Comes to the line and, yeah, it doesn't actually improve. In the end, he did a personal best first sector, but was slower than its personal best in the middle and final sector, which, of course, was at the time purple in those areas. As Charles Leclerc is on a second run, had to abort his first run for some reason. And he's now just about slower than Sainz through the middle sector, but loses the rear end massively on the exit of turn 14. And that is going to cost him quite a bit of lap time, probably at least a tenth and a half, you'd have to imagine. So Leclerc probably will go up to second with this lap, maybe third, comes to the line, and even worse than that, it is fourth for Leclerc, who definitely is struggling with the handling of that Ferrari a bit more than Sainz is. So, as Nico Hülkenberg, I've just seen, has improved up to 8th place. Let me just update that quickly. Hülkenberg up to P8, as everyone now has done a lap time on the soft tyre except for Yuki Tsunoda in 19th. So your top 10 with nearly 5 minutes to go in practice 3 is Sainz, Norris, Russell, Leclerc, Hamilton, Verstappen, Piastri, Hülkenberg, Perez, and then in P10, Kevin Magnussen. And then the rest of the order, you've got Ocon, Tsunoda now up to 12th place. And then Alonso 13th, Stroll 14th, Aston Martin, where has their pace gone? As Red Bull telling Max, box this lap, we'd like to test something with the upshifts. And Max responding, I literally just came through the pits. So yeah, Ocon 11th, Tsunoda 12th, Alonso 13th, Stroll 14th, Gasly 15th, and then Albon, Lawson, Bottas, Joe, and Sargent. That is your field, and we've got nearly 5 minutes to go in practice 3. And yeah, Red Bull, and again, I did say at the start of this stream, and we still have to a degree, take a, with the results of practice 3 and the data, we do have to take it with a pinch of salt, because it's not, quite the same conditions to what we'll see in qualifying. It's still being daylight in this session, but I don't think just it turning into nighttime will make up, that much difference for Red Bull to suddenly have the best car. So I do think legitimately Red Bull are struggling with their car. And Ferrari, 100% for me, looks like they've got the fastest car here in qualifying. I think we've seen absolute confirmation of it in this session. McLaren looking better. Mercedes looking as good as they were yesterday. Aston Martin. Difficult to say really with Aston Martin where they are, because their best lap time in this session is a 1:33.0, when their best lap time, Aston Martin, from practice 2 yesterday, I think was a 1:32.3 or a 1:32.4. So Aston Martin definitely can go a lot quicker than what we've seen so far. As Sainz losing the rear end a lot on the exit of turn 7 there on a new flying lap, and he has to back off. But yeah, Aston Martin, they can show definitely quite a bit more than what they've shown so far. But yeah, in terms of my predictions and that, coming out of what happened yesterday, I'm pretty confident with what I've gone with, as George Russell, just as I say that, is on a better lap and has gone quicker than Sainz in the middle sector. But will he go quickest overall? Don't think he will. He'll probably end up in P2 with this lap. Russell through the final chicane, I guess you could say. And then the final couple corners. And George Russell to the line. Yeah, does go second and goes 0.07 of a second slower than Sainz. So Mercedes, yeah, they look about as good as they did yesterday, which is, yeah, third best team. Maybe even second best team if Red Bull's issues are really that bad. But I still do have a feeling that they will be a bit better in qualifying, but not to the point where they are definitely the quickest team. And that definitely belongs to Ferrari. As Sainz, yeah, just a replay of him losing the rear end quite a bit on the exit curb of turn 7. And he just rode the curb a bit too aggressively, which caused the rear end of the car to step out. As I think Sainz has now begun yeah, he has. Sainz has begun a new flying lap, I believe. Now looking at Leclerc, who I think is on a new set of soft compound tyres. Max Verstappen as well on an out lap. So if Red Bull have got any more pace, let's see it in these final couple of minutes. As here is Leclerc, starts his final run before qualifying later. Can he get anywhere near his teammate? 1/3 of a second down on his teammate. Surely he can do better than that. Through turn 5, car looks on rails through there. Now DRS wide open down to turn 7. And very good first sector. Although he loses the rear end massively on the exit of turn 7. He's still pushing though, but that, him going deep and then losing the rear end on the exit of that corner would have cost him a lot of time, and he's now backed off. As Verstappen also struggling through that corner, as somebody just improved their lap time, but I didn't see who it was. It was Sergio Perez, who went just at Hulkenberg. Perez now in 8th place. As Verstappen struggling with the rear end through turn 14, had to have another bite at getting the car through the corner. As Liam Lawson up now to 16th place. And he's done personal best first and second sector, but I'm not necessarily sure this is anywhere near good enough to get him near Carlos Sainz. As the rear end definitely on that Red Bull is sliding still. As to the line he comes, and it's a 1:32.3, and it's a quarter of a second better from Verstappen than what we saw before, but it's still not really that good. Still slower than the Ferrari of Sainz, the Mercedes of Russell, and the McLaren of Norris. So yeah, Red Bull, checkered flag, now falls, are in trouble going into qualifying. Shame for Leclerc that he made that mistake on the exit turn 7, because with that first sector, which was 0.2 of a second quicker, Sainz, that could have been an electric lap. And the reason he made that mistake, as they show a replay, turned in, and the rear end just couldn't cope with how aggressive I guess he was through the corner. Why lost the rear end, but he's now pushing again. Is Leclerc, is he on a proper fast lap? Has he done a personal best sector? Let's see. Hopefully in a moment, as he locks his outside front going into turn 14. Opens the DRS now, coming down to where the middle sector point is. And, well, I guess we'll see when he gets to the finish line whether he's on a better lap or not, as most people have now met the checkered flag. As Leclerc, through the turn 16-17 chicane, now comes up to the final 2 corners. And is it better lap from Leclerc? No, it is not. So, yeah. There is definitely more there, I think, from Leclerc. But Carlos Sainz still does seem to be the quicker Ferrari driver this weekend. And there you go, guys. Practice 3 is over and done with. Let's go through your final results of the final practice session before qualifying. Carlos Sainz quickest by 700ths of a second over the Mercedes of George Russell. Lando Norris in 3rd. Max Verstappen only 4th and 0.3 of a second down on Sainz. Red Bull, at best, I think will be playing second fiddle for Ferrari in qualifying. It's definitely going to be a tricky session for them. Charles Leclerc 5th, Lewis Hamilton 6th, Oscar Piastri in 7th, and then Sergio Perez 8th. Nico Hülkenberg ended up in 9th, with Yuki Tsunoda impressively completing the top 10 for AlphaTauri, and then outside of the top 10, Magnussen 11th, Ocon 12th, Alonso 13th, Stroll 14th. Aston Martin definitely have got more pace in the bag. We saw that yesterday. And then Gasly 15th, Lawson 16th, Albon 17th, Bottas 18th, Joe in 19th, and Logan Sargent in 20th and last position. There you go, guys. That's practice 3 over and done with. And before I change the title of the stream and get into what we're going to get into next, let me just quickly get the gaps up on screen just to show you guys how the field spread is. And well, in total, it's a second and a half, which is pretty good considering how long this track is. So yeah. Anyway, let's let me get these lap times and the gaps all typed in so I can get them up on screen so you guys can have a look. The Carlos Sainz quickest on a 1:32.065, the best lap time of the weekend so far. George Russell, 0.07 of a second slower, and Russell looking like he's at his absolute best this weekend. That is great to see. And then you got Lando Norris in 3rd. McLaren definitely look better, but where they truly are will have to be found out in qualifying. I can't really say at the minute. And then, yeah, Max Verstappen in 4th place, and they are struggling. There is no doubt about that. And, well, if they win this weekend, this will be by far their best win of the season, because they've got a proper fight on their hands to get it. Then you've got Lewis Hamilton in 6th place and 0.4 of a second slower than George Russell. Now, Russell did do an extra quick lap at the end, but still, Lewis quite a bit slower than Russell, and is definitely, again, I wouldn't say he's necessarily struggling, but he's definitely not at his absolute peak for what I think he can do. And then you got Piastri in 7th, Perez in 8th. Perez about 0.4 of a second slower than his teammate. And then Hulkenberg, good to see him in the top 10, and wouldn't be surprised at all. He was in the top 10 later on, and he was just ahead of Yuki Tsunoda in the top 10 as well. Maybe that's an indication as to what AlphaTauri's true pace is, and maybe AlphaTauri have seriously gained a lot of lap time, which would be great if that is the case, because, yeah, want to see that team doing well again, to be honest. So, and then you've got, outside of the top 10, yeah, Magnussen in 11th. Just under 1/10 of a second slower than his teammate. In good, I would say, on pace, given what he's normally been like. But will he actually deliver in qualifying? We will find out, because he's disappointed us so many times this year. Ocon just behind him. And then, yeah, Fernando Alonso did a 1:33.0. That is, I'm pretty sure, about 0.7 of a second slower than he went in practice too. So we have not seen the maximum Aston Martin can do so far. So please do remember that when it comes to qualifying in relation to what we've seen here in this session. Lance Stroll, his pace was decent compared to Alonso. Only just under 1/10 of a second down. And Pierre Gasly, 15th. Alpine, overall, I mean, Gasly, yeah, he's having a poor weekend, but Alpine overall look pretty slow, I have to say, given what I was expecting this weekend. And then you've got Liam Lawson in 16th, but Lawson, what, 0.4 of a second behind Tsunoda, and that's not really that bad, given that, again, Lawson's never raced here before, so, yeah, I don't think that's really that bad, him being in that position necessarily. I'm not really expecting that much from Liam Lawson. And then you've got Alex Albon in 17th. Williams, yeah, coming out of that session, don't look very quick. Their best time in practice 2 yesterday was a 1:34.3, I think. And in that session, they were a second quicker. So, yeah, it's still difficult because Albon did not do practice 2 yesterday. It's still difficult to get a good read on, where Williams are with their speed. And then you've got Bottas in 18th. Alfa Romeo, not as quick with their lap times in practice 3 compared to practice 2, so I don't think we can read anything into what they did in this session. Plus their soft tyre runs, they did at the very start of the session, did Alfa Romeo. Then Zhou in 19th. And then at the very back, no surprise, Logan Sargent, 1.6 seconds down on Sainz. So let me just get it back on the screen. There you go. That is the lap time Carlos Sainz has done, and all the gaps throughout the field. And yeah, looking very close going into qualifying, no doubt about that. And I think we will get probably a couple surprises in qualifying as well. So I cannot wait to see what happens in 2 hours and 20 minutes time is when qualifying gets underway. Let me just quickly though change the title of the stream. Obviously, practice 3 we're now done with. Just wanted to say, though, quickly, that, what do you call it? Make sure, if you haven't already, to smash the like button, because we're currently on 32 likes. So let's try and get up to 40 plus likes if we can. I don't know, in the next 10-15 minutes or so. That'd be great if we could. So yeah, these are, final positions and the gaps, and of course, qualifying underway pretty soon. And yeah, let me just get the text quickly changed, and I'll just quickly get the timer on screen. And yeah, I'll just wait a few seconds so I can sync it up properly. What I'm going to do in a minute, guys, is I am going, because there is no F2 sprint race to cover in between practice and qualifying like we normally do, I am going to be playing a video during this gap in the sessions, and it will serve as I guess a break for me, and I'll get into that a bit more in just a second. Let me do this. Yeah, 2 hours and 18 minutes we've got until qualifying starts in Singapore. And one other thing I'll do quickly is post a link of the stream out a couple times. By the way, Kiefer, your question you've just asked, I will answer it in just a moment. Just give me a minute or so, and then I'll get to it, because it's actually quite a good question you've asked. Join us here in building up to qualifying in Singapore. And I'll just quickly post it out on Twitter. So yeah, the break video, which is what I like to call it, because I play a video and I then go off and have a break for myself, just to, have a drink and go toilet and just, keep myself, going, really for the rest of the day, the rest of the stream. Yeah, the break video that we'll be playing will be the main part of last night's preview stream, which, of course, in in last night's preview stream, we got into, the data in a lot more depth. Practice 2, looked at the car upgrades as well in quite a bit of depth. That is what I'm going to be playing on stream in a few moments' time. And the clip, I think, is about 36 minutes long. So, yeah, I'll be playing that. And then, yeah, you make sure to interact with whatever I say in that. Hold on a sec. Join us here to build up to qualifying at the Singapore Grand Prix. And right, there you go. That should all be good now. Anyway, let me just quickly answer this question from Kiefer, who asks, Jazz, who are your top 5 best drivers in F1 when it comes to the 2000s onward? That is a good question. Lewis Hamilton, for me, is number 1. He's number 1 all time. So I have to go with him. Number 1. Number 2, Michael Schumacher. Number 3, probably... Yeah, number 3, probably, I would say Fernando Alonso. Number 4, Sebastian Vettel. And then number 5, Max Verstappen. That's what I would rank it as for the moment. Of course, you asked me in 5 years' time, it'll probably be a bit different. So, yeah, that's my top 5 for F1 drivers from the 2000s onwards. Let me just find a couple more comments to read out quickly before I get into this video. Vinster says Ferrari's done well in qualifying a few times this year. Good for them if they can do it again today. Absolutely. Blue Flag Alpha says if you want, you can also play previous race watch along if there's extra time. I see what you mean, but yeah, it needs to be, it needs to make sense for what we're talking about that day. Some of the time in terms of the video I choose, but yeah, I think really mainly because there's no F2 sprint race to talk about or, commentate on. That's why I've had to bring that back so that I can keep, the stream running, because I don't want to have to, end the stream and then come back in an hour or so and start up again. There's just no point doing that. Anything else? Vinster also saying Max might not get the W this week. Maybe they know what they're doing and are sandbagging a bit. Seemed like it at the last race. They weren't this poor though. Were Red Bull. They weren't, they weren't that far off. Even in practice 3. So I think their issues here are legitimate. I don't think it's just purely the running quite a bit more fuel on board than, say, Ferrari are. But, yeah. Let me hide this timer. Now I'm going to get into this little clip of about 30... Not even a little clip. Quite a big clip of about 36 minutes long. And again, it's the main part of yesterday's stream where I did the qualifying preview. If you want to check out the entire stream, then there is a link below in the description. But yeah, it's the main part of my qualifying preview stream where I get into the practice 2 results and the sector time data as well from practice. I also touch on my final top 10 prediction for qualifying, and we look at the car upgrades as well. Very important to look at that part because there is quite a few upgrades this weekend for certain teams. And what I want you guys to do, if possible, is, from what I say in this clip, let me know what you think. Let me know what your predictions for qualifying are. Who do you think takes pole position? Who do you think will be in the top 3, top 5? Again, let me know in the chat. And respectively for, some of the top teams, how do you think they'll get on? And also, remember, I do have that poll running at the top of the live chat. So make sure to vote in that if you haven't already, where I've asked you guys, will Ferrari take pole position today for the Singapore Grand Prix that they look quite likely to do? Before I properly play it, though, I just want to quickly play it, test if the sound is all working and is all good. So let me just quickly play it. Now, get into the data from practice 2 and get into properly previewing. Right, so just please, if you can, just put yes in the chat if the sound on that was, as normal and all okay. And if it was, then I'll head off, have a break, and let that play, and you can, again, let me know your thoughts on what I had to say in that qualifying preview last night. I will just quickly have a look at Twitter to see if there is any news. Yeah, can't see anything really. Yeah, don't think I can see anything. But of course, I will let you guys know if there is any breaking news. Yes, yeah, right. So all good. Right, so yeah, I'll play this clip and I will see you guys on the other side of it. So let me know again in response to what I'm saying in this clip, what you think and what your predictions are for qualifying. And I'll see you guys in about 35 minutes time. Let's now get into the data from practice 2 and get into properly previewing qualifying for the Singapore Grand Prix. And of course, we'll start off with the results of practice 2. And yeah, very surprisingly, Ferrari got a 1-2, not just in practice 2, but in practice 1 as well. When I saw the practice 1 results, I just assumed it was, just a typical practice 1 where you can't really take that much from it in terms of importance. But to be this quick again in practice 2 is really impressive. I mean, I said in my weekend preview that I didn't think that Ferrari would be even able to get into the top 5 in or on single lap pace this weekend. But yeah, first and second, both drivers looking super quick and very competitive, which is great to see, just as they were a couple of weeks ago at Monza. And as we'll get into in a moment with the sector time data, their pace in all of the sectors is just really strong. They're not, particularly strong in one sector, which is making them look a bit better than maybe they are overall for the entire lap. So yeah, Ferrari, at the minute, they look like they've got the best overall car so far this weekend, at least when it comes to qualifying pace. Then you've got George Russell in 3rd place in the Mercedes. Mercedes look a bit better than I expected, compared to, say, Red Bull, of course, and even compared to McLaren, despite the mass amounts of upgrades that McLaren have brought. So, yeah, Mercedes also looking a bit better, which is, of course, good to see. That's what we want to see. Ferrari, Mercedes especially, getting closer to Red Bull and just being better in general than we've seen in 2023. Because in 2023, let's be honest, they've been pretty disappointing. Fernando Alonso just behind in 4th. His pace is okay relative to the cars around him, I would say. Lewis Hamilton in 5th, nearly a quarter of a second slower than his teammate, which I'm very much surprised by, because we know this circuit is one that Lewis Hamilton absolutely loves. Lando Norris then in 6th place. Now, I am a bit perplexed at that, because again, they've brought so many upgrades, which we will show in a bit, but so far, we haven't seen any performance gain from it. Now, maybe it's because they weren't really pushing as hard as maybe they could, and they were more so just trying to understand how the car now feels with these new upgrades. But these upgrades that they've brought were targeted at improving their speed in the slow corners or slower corners, as we'll get to in a moment. With the sector time data, that's not really showing up so far. So yeah, not great. And another thing to mention with McLaren, this weekend, Lando Norris is the only one who has the upgrade. Oscar Piastri is still running the car that they basically had at the last Grand Prix at Monza, just with, higher downforce wings. So just need to clarify that if you do notice a massive difference in lap time between Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri this weekend. And then Sergio Perez 7th, Max Verstappen 8th. Now you may be thinking, surely they're massively sandbagging and secretly they do have the strongest pace out there. Now, I do believe, without a doubt, that they are sandbagging to a degree. I don't think they're, pushing as hard or being as aggressive with, say, their fuel loads, engine modes so far as, say, other teams have been. But I don't think they legitimately right now have, at least, again, when it comes to pace over a single lap, I don't think right now they've got the best car. I think that tag title belongs to Ferrari. I think they, the Scuderia, I think they've got the quickest car over a single lap right now. And Red Bull, even though I do expect improvement, on Saturday, once they push hard. I mean, we know from looking at practice results this season, especially Friday practice, that Red Bull do tend to not show as much of their hand as they do in when you really have to in qualifying. But they did have quite big handling issues, which was a big reason, really, why they ended up not just in 7th and 8th, but 0.7 of a second slower than Ferrari in practice. And the issue was very bad rear stability, and well, it wasn't really stable at all. Sergio Perez was complaining that he thought he was going to crash all of the time because of how unstable the rear was, and it really affected them coming out of the slower corners, I think. And it did actually, I think, in one of the corners in the first sector, I think, was affecting them as well. So there is quite a bit of work to do at Red Bull if they're going to get pole position, because this Friday practice day they've had is, I think, by far the worst Friday practice they've had in probably 2-3 years or something like that. It's kind of reminiscent, these issues they're having, to the 2020 Red Bull. If you remember back then, at the very early stages of that 2020 season, their car was really unstable on the rear end, and it caused obviously a massive loss in performance. Eventually they got on top of it. Let's hope all well. Red Bull, from their perspective, they'll be hoping that they can get on top of that over the night and make some setup changes to try and fix that. And then you've got Kevin Magnussen in 9th and Valtteri Bottas in 10th. Magnussen, we know when qualifying comes around, he's going to sadly fail to deliver again, because that's all he's done really in 2023 when it comes to qualifying. And for Valtteri Bottas, good to see him in there, but I don't think Alfa Romeo will be in the top 10 on Saturday qualifying. And then for the rest of the order, you got Hulkenberg in 11th, Liam Lawson in P12, 0.2 of a second, pretty much quicker than Yuki Tsunoda. Remember, Liam Lawson has never raced around this circuit before. Of course, Tsunoda raced here last year and had a pretty decent race up until a DNF that he had. Can't remember the exact reason for Tsunoda's DNF, but yeah, to come here and immediately be quicker is seriously impressive from Lawson. If he was to end up qualifying around where he was in practice too, that would be, I think, one of the real star performances of qualifying. So we'll see whether he can replicate that once again. Esteban Ocon 13th, Alpine not looking too smart at the moment. Yeah, they brought a couple upgrades, but they're not really showing any performance gains so far. We'll have to see in qualifying whether maybe they have a lot more in the tank to show. Let's hope they do. Lance Stroll in 14th. No surprise. Miles off the pace of his teammate, having a hopeless 2023. Oscar Piastri 15th. Again, he doesn't have the upgrades that Lando does. So we do have to, account for that to a degree. I think he should still be getting closer on lap time to Lando, despite the difference in upgrades. But yeah, we do have to account for that, and also account for with Piastri. He's never raced around this track before, so this is going to be quite an experience for Oscar, because obviously this Grand Prix as an event is a very tough one for the drivers, physically, mentally, and obviously the track, driving the track itself, and keeping it out of the barriers is pretty tricky as well. And then you've got Tsunoda 16th, Zhou 17th, Gasly 18th, and surprisingly far off his teammate. Maybe one of the drivers was running the new upgrades and one wasn't. I'll have to see about that later. And then in the last two positions, you've got the two Williamses, Logan Sargent and Alexander Albon. don't know exactly what Alexander Albon's issue in practice was, but he definitely did have an issue because he only did, I think, 5 laps in practice too. And his best lap time, I think, was on the medium compound tyre. So he definitely could do a lot better on, with his pace. Obviously, if he especially ran a soft compound tyre. Logan Sargent, very far off the pace. For him to be, 8/10 of a second pretty much slower than Zhou in the Alfa Romeo, when I think in reality the Williams and Alfa Romeo cars are pretty similar on pace this weekend from what I've seen. That's quite embarrassing. So yeah, Logan is going to have, I think, a shocker of a weekend. But there you go. Those are results of practice 2. Get into the sector time data. So, first sector, you've got some important corners, of course. You've got a couple medium speed corners and a couple slow corners. But really, in the first sector, because you've got 2 DRS zones, it is more so about your high speed performance. And no surprise, Ferrari looking quick through there. 0.5 tenth quicker than McLaren, whose pace through the first sector is pretty good. Aston Martin's pace as well, pretty good. Mercedes, I think their pace is fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with their pace in the first sector. It could be better, no doubt about it, but I don't think it's way off what they should be doing in the first sector. And then after that, you've got the Haas of Hulkenberg, the Alfa Romeo of Zhou. No surprise in terms of their lap time difference to the teams ahead of them. And then you've got the 7th best team in the first sector, Red Bull, 0.3 of a second off Ferrari. Now again, part of it is the handling imbalances they were having during practice, but I think given the nature of the first sector especially, I think this data does confirm that they definitely have a bit more to show than, say, what Ferrari have shown us so far. That's not to say Ferrari are showing absolutely everything they've got, so far in practice, but I think Red Bull definitely have got more pace in this first sector. I'd be very surprised if they're a third of a second slower in the first sector in qualifying, and I'd expect them to be really at least 1/4 of a second quicker in this first sector compared to Ferrari. Or not 1/4 of a second quicker than Ferrari, but just 1/4 of a second closer than they were in this first sector from practice 2, if that makes sense. So yeah, Red Bull definitely, they've got more to show, especially in this sector. Then you got Williams in 8th. Again, though, Logan Sargent, he did the best sectors for Williams, so we don't really know for sure how quick the Williams really is. And then you've got Alpine in 9th, and then AlphaTauri in 10th. You'll see a common theme with Alpine, very slow, really, through all of the sectors. But the middle sector, in my view, is the most important sector at this track because it's got so many important corners, and this track we know is full of slow corners, and of course the strong majority of them are in the middle sector. So Ferrari, once again, and very surprisingly, looking so strong in the middle sector. They were just about the best team. Them and Mercedes, though, doing the same pace, which is good to see from Mercedes that they're right up there. Then, yeah, Red Bull, 10th.5 down on Ferrari. That, I don't think, is down to them running more fuel or anything like that. I think that is genuinely from practice too. I think that's genuinely because of the issues Red Bull were having with the rear end of their car. And if that continues and they're losing this amount of time to Ferrari in the middle sector, that will cost them in qualifying. It absolutely will. So they've got to get on top of that. Aston Martin, they probably could be quicker in this middle sector by, I don't know, 10th, maybe 10th.5. So, yeah, I think it'd be nice to see a bit more from that Aston Martin in the middle sector, and especially with the McLaren. It would be nice to see a bit more from them in this sector. I have no idea why they're so slow in the middle sector. And as I said a moment ago, McLaren's upgrades were aimed at improving their performance in the slow corners. The middle sector is full of slow corners, and they are quite far off in pace. So, from what we've seen so far, there is not really enough evidence to suggest that their car has actually improved with these upgrades. We'll see ultimately, of course, in qualifying and the race. But yeah, this is the main part of the track that McLaren, in terms of lap time, need to work on. They should be in this sector, not necessarily the quickest team, but they shouldn't be that much, I'd say, slower than Mercedes. I think really they need to be at least 0.3 of a second quicker than they were here. And if they were 0.3 of a second quicker, then instead of Lando Norris ending up in 6th place in practice 2, probably would have been in 3rd, which would still be good and would see McLaren in a good, competitive position going forward for the rest of the weekend, especially into qualifying, which of course around this track is so important. So yeah, a lot of work there to do for McLaren. AlphaTauri, their pace looking good through the middle sector, just ahead of Alfa Romeo. Haas's pace not really a surprise. Alpine though, I have no idea why they're so slow in this middle sector. I mean, compared to what, Aston Martin, 3.5 of a second. Now, the Aston Martin is better than the Alpine, but in this type of sector, around this type of track, I wouldn't have expected it to be that big of a gap. So, yeah, Alpine are definitely not performing well so far. And, they're not living up to, not necessarily the hype, but they're not living up to what I thought they would do this weekend, which is probably sneak into the top 10. Then Williams, at the very back, but of course, that was Sargent who did that time. Who knows what Albon could have done. To be honest, I imagine Albon probably could have put himself around Bottas and Hulkenberg in that middle sector. And then the final sector, which is now that they've changed the layout of the final sector and made it a lot better in terms of ability to follow a car ahead and overtake for the race, made the final sector not quite as intriguing as it used to be when it came to qualifying, because the final sector now, you've got a 90-degree right-hander at the end of the final DRS zone on the circuit, and then you're flat out into a chicane, quite a, not a slow chicane, but a chicane nonetheless, and then you fly into the final couple corners, and then that's the lap done. It's quite a simple final sector now, and it is a lot higher speed, and of course, that is suiting, as you can see, Ferrari quite a bit this weekend. They were just over 1/10 of a second quicker than the next best team in that final sector. And I think that's really, not only is there really surprisingly good pace in the middle sector helping their performance, but that final sector having the alterations it's had, which I believe is only for this year, is really helping their cause this weekend. So great to see from Ferrari. They definitely have, in my view, the quickest car for qualifying going into obviously qualifying coming up very soon. So yeah, Ferrari I think have got the best car. Whether they get pole position or not is another story. Aston Martin, their pace in the final sector I'd say is very good. Can't really ask for more from them through there. Mercedes' pace is good. McLaren's is decent, I would say. And then Red Bull, 1/4 of a second down on Ferrari. And once again, in a higher speed sector, I think we can see an element of Red Bull not quite pushing as hard as maybe they could. So I'd expect Red Bull to probably be 1/10.5 better at least in this final sector. So overall, once you eliminate, them maybe not pushing as hard with an engine mode or maybe running a bit more fuel, say, I think Red Bull, even with the the rear instability that they have had so far this weekend, I still think they can go compared to everybody else, probably another 4.5, 5 tenths of a second at most quicker than they've gone so far. So Red Bull, they're still obviously big contenders. They're not going to have, a weekend similar to Mercedes had back here in Singapore 8 years ago in 2015, where they were miles off the pace. I don't think it's going to be anything quite like that. And then the final 4 teams, you've got AlphaTauri, Alfa Romeo, Alpine once again, not quick, and then Williams massively at the back in this final sector. So ultimately, yeah, Ferrari, they've got the quickest qualifying car here. I think that's pretty clear to see if I go back to this top 10 results. So just before we get into my predictions for qualifying, let me just quickly touch on what I think the pecking order is going into qualifying tomorrow. So Ferrari, I think, are quickest. I think Red Bull will be at least second best. Again, even if they've still got issues with the rear end of their car, I still think they'll be the second best team at worst. I don't see them, 5th on the grid at best or anything like that. That would be crazy if that was to happen. And then I've gone Mercedes third. I'm pretty confident in that they've got the third best car. Aston Martin fourth, and McLaren, unfortunately, in fifth. If McLaren can maybe show a bit more from these upgrades tomorrow, not tomorrow, but, show a bit more from these upgrades, just in general, and we can see what their true pace is with all of these new parts, then maybe they'll be a bit better than, only the 5th best team. But from what I've seen so far, I believe they are the 5th best team in qualifying trim this weekend. And then after that, I've got 6th best team in qualifying trim being Haas, then Alfa Romeo, and then it's hard to say with Williams, AlphaTauri, and Alpine exactly who is in what position, but I'd probably lean towards Williams having, say, the 8th best car, and then probably AlphaTauri or Alpine having the slowest car. I mean, Alpine having the slowest car here as well as Monza would be just incredibly poor and crazy, really, considering that, 3 weeks ago they were on the podium, and they deserve to be on the podium, and they were genuinely quite quick. But yeah, that's how I see things so far, especially after the only practice session of the weekend that is really, the most relevant, with the conditions we get in practice being very similar to what we get in qualifying. So given my thoughts on that, let's now get into my final predictions going into qualifying. So, instead of going for what I went with in my weekend preview, which was a Lando Norris pole position, I am going for a Ferrari front row lockout. Carlos Sainz, I'm going on pole position for the 2nd race in a row. He's in great form, Carlos, and he has always been very quick here, and I think he will take pole position qualifying. Charles Leclerc will be just behind in 2nd. Of course, Leclerc has took pole here twice before. We definitely have to keep an eye on him when it comes to the fight for pole. And then Red Bull will be, 2nd best team. Max Verstappen 3rd. Sergio Perez in 4th place. I mean, a 2nd row lockout wouldn't necessarily be the end of the world for Red Bull, because you'd expect Red Bull to be quite a bit quicker than Ferrari in the race. So, 3rd and 4th is what I've gone for Red Bull. 5th and 6th, the two Mercedes of George Russell and Lewis Hamilton. The reason I've gone Russell ahead of Hamilton is because at the minute, Russell just looks quicker than Lewis Hamilton. And then I've gone Fernando Alonso just behind in 7th, Lando Norris in 8th, Oscar Piastri 9th in the unupdated McLaren, and completing the top 10, Nico Hülkenberg for Haas. Of course, he's had a great record getting into the top 10 this season, and Haas do look genuinely pretty quick, especially considering in my weekend preview I said I was pretty confident they would have the worst car here. So yeah, looking good for Haas. But that is my predictions for qualifying. Let me know in the live chat whether you agree or disagree, and whether you think Ferrari can get pole position for the Singapore Grand Prix. I'll just quickly go back to this, and in a moment, I am going to bring up on screen the upgrades for this weekend's Singapore Grand Prix. And I will be showing some pictures of some of the new upgrades as well, just so you guys can fully understand what has changed. So, let me just get this up on screen. So we'll start with Red Bull Racing. Of course, credit to Albert Fabrega for reporting this. Brilliant journalist he is. So let's get into these upgrades. Yeah, so Red Bull have got a new floor edge and rear wing end plate. Not sure if there's any pictures of that so far. I will have a look in a moment. But yeah, Red Bull did say they were going to be bringing an upgrade to this race. And it's a decent sized upgrade, but I don't think it's anything massive. But it should theoretically make their car quicker. Max, I think, ran the new floor in practice 1, and then Perez ran the new floor in practice 2. Of course, they reported those issues with the car, so maybe this new upgrade has upset the balance of the car. We'll have to see truly in qualifying whether that is the case. Ferrari have got a new front wing, and it says a reprofiled front wing flap, so just a small upgrade there to the front wing. Mercedes, theirs is circuit specific, so no new performance upgrades for the silver arrows. And Alpine have got a couple big ones, a new side pod inlet and cooling louvers. The side pod inlet, it says raised and staggered side pod inlet, along with increased undercut and revised mirror housing stay and winglets. Yeah, with the side pod inlet, which there is pictures of, I will show in a moment, it does look a bit similar to the revised Red Bull side pod inlet that we saw in Hungary, you know, where they made it a bit tighter in that area. So, yeah, we'll get into that soon enough. Let's get into the other teams, though. As here we go. Look at that. And look at the diagram, by the way. They've just circled the entire car pretty much for McLaren. That is how many upgrades they have brought for this weekend. It is basically, and of course, only Lando Norris is running the new upgrade, but it is basically a new car for the team. Similar to what we saw in terms of size of upgrade back in, what was it, Austria. And then there was a couple parts later, wasn't there, at Silverstone. So, these are the upgrades. Front wing end plate, side pod inlet, halo, floor body, coke/engine cover, rear corner, rear suspension, and rear wing end plate, and a beam wing, but that is just circuit specific for drag. So then let me just go through a bit more detail with these upgrades. So for the front wing end plate, just new end plate geometry, new side pod inlet shape, new halo furniture, fully revised floor. There is a picture of that I've just seen, which I'll show in a moment. It's just a new shape for the floor. Reshaped side pod and engine cover, of course, to go with the revised floor. The teams have to do that with these cars. Modified rear toe link shroud and updated rear wing end plate geometry. Yeah, this is one of the biggest upgrades we've seen this season. But again, we sadly so far have not seen quite enough evidence that it has given them a big performance boost. I really hope, though, that it does at some point, whether it's, you know, this weekend, next weekend, or wherever, because this, you know, these amount of upgrades, this should give them really another half a second, given, you know, the amount of new upgrades they've brought. This is, you know, something quite big. I mean, remember back to Williams, back in Canada, they brought, you know, so many new parts, just like McLaren have. And of course, we saw then how it transformed their season even more. And of course, McLaren, they've had their season transformed once already. So, yeah, really hope it can work for them. Alfa Romeo have got 4 new upgrades: floor fences, diffuser, rear corner, front wing, updated front wing flaps, redesigned rear brake duct geometry, as well as realigned. I think that says or redesigned. Does it say? I can't remember. Can't quite see that quite clearly from where I'm looking. Suspension covers, diffuser, updated diffuser expansion, and floor fences, redesigned floor fences and floor geometry. Of course, Alfa Romeo just a point behind Haas in the championship, so they do need to keep developing if they're going to get up to 8th. Just one new upgrade for Aston Martin, new rear corner, just a small one there for them. And then AlphaTauri, they have brought quite a few upgrades and completely redesigned side pod / floor. You can see they've got a new floor body, floor edge, diffuser, coke / engine cover, rear suspension, rear corner, and rear view mirrors as well. For the floor body, it says relative to the baseline geometry, the rear central floor has been modified. For the floor edge, it says relative to the baseline geometry, the floor edge local to the trailing edge of the forward floor fences has been modified. The rear floor edge and the floor edge wing have also been revised. The diffuser, relative to the baseline geometry, the diffuser sidewall cutout has been what does that say? Can't quite see it from here. The writing is quite small. It's quite a challenge for me to read it. Something, I think re-optimized to suit the new rear floor edge design. Side pod inlet, relative to the baseline geometry, the side pod inlet has been reshaped. Coke / engine cover, the outboard bodywork has been modified. An additional cooling exit has also been added to the inboard engine cover local to the rear lower wishbone forward leg. So yeah, for AlphaTauri, a massive upgrade once again. And so far, I mean, we haven't seen evidence that it's made them worse necessarily, but yeah, we haven't quite seen a massive gain from them. So I guess we'll see in qualifying and just going forward in general how it will work for them. And finally, Williams, but their upgrade is circuit specific, new front wing. So there you go. Those are the official list, FIA list of upgrades. Now let's get into some pictures. So here you go. Here is the new McLaren floor. So on the bottom, you can see the old floor and its design. On the top, you can see the new one. So now it's a lot straighter, neater, you could argue, and it's just not a massive redesign, but you can see with where these hands are pointing compared to here on the bottom that it is definitely redesigned from its original here on the bottom, which I think this on the bottom, this floor design they had, I think debuted in Austria. So yeah, they're just constantly updating this I guess floor / side pod concept for their car. So yeah, big upgrade for McLaren. Of course, with these ground effect cars, the floor is the most important area. Here is the new AlphaTauri side pod. So in the bottom here, you can see the old one, and at the top, you can see my mouse. It's a lot just straighter, flatter. But on the top here, it kind of, I mean, towards the bottom, it kind of, is Red Bull similar. But at the top here, where this top hand is, it kind of is similar to the Ferrari side pod that we've seen, from last year and even the first bit of this year. So it's an interesting design. It's not quite what I expected. I expected it to basically just be a Red Bull carbon copy, but yeah, an interesting one. And we'll see whether this unique side pod, whether it can give them some, a big dose of extra performance. But yeah, I was surprised to see that because I thought it just would have been, again, really just a copy of the Red Bull, given that so many teams have basically done that. We've got here with the Alpine, I think you can kind of see the side pod inlet comparison. You can see the new one here on the bottom. Again, you can see a difference in the shape of the inlet around this area here on the top compared to this area on the bottom. There is a difference, but there is actually, I think, another picture out there that shows it off in a better way. Yeah, this one. You can see, so on the bottom here, you can see the inlet here of the side pod, which is definitely more open than the one on the top. And the one on the top looks a lot more similar to me to the new side pod inlet that Red Bull debuted in Hungary, which would have been what, like 2 months ago, I think, almost 2 months ago at this point. So yeah, this is, I would probably say, Alpine's biggest upgrade, arguably, of the season. They've not really brought that many upgrades, I have to say, Alpine, during 2023, even though, you know, they're not limited in wind tunnel time. They've got, I think, more than the top teams and nearly the same as the bottom teams. They're smack bang in the middle of teams that, you know, have whatever time in the wind tunnel. Is there any others? I think slight one there for the mirrors of the Alpine. Is there anything else? Let me just look and make sure. And no, don't think there is. So, those are the new upgrades, guys. McLaren, big upgrade. Alfa Romeo, bit of a big upgrade as well for them, especially considering, you know, they don't have exactly the biggest budget in the world to develop their car. AlphaTauri as well, going for quite an interesting and big upgrade. We'll see how that affects those teams' performances in qualifying, and we'll see whether my predictions for qualifying do turn out to be correct. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. That is from my qualifying preview stream, which was yesterday. Again, the full stream, there is a link below too in the description. If you were to start watching it now, you'd probably finish it right as qualifying began. Qualifying does begin in just over an hour and a half's time. I will get the timer back on screen in a moment. Let me know. Just quickly say, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we have plenty of content coming your way. Of course, on this channel, we do watch-alongs, previews, reviews, all of that stuff. And this is a great place to keep up to date with everything going on in Formula 1. And here is the next two pieces of content on the channel. Race preview and race watch-along tomorrow. I'll be live from 11 AM UK time, 2 hours before the race starts, for the Singapore Grand Prix. All the way, I'll be live until 3:30 PM, and I will be joined by my co-commentator Niblo for tomorrow as well. Then the next stream after that will be on Thursday evening, live at 8 PM UK time, for the Japanese Grand Prix weekend preview. Cannot wait. Go back to Suzuka. So yeah, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. And as well, if you have not hit the like button yet, make sure to do so. It does help the channel grow, helps in the algorithm, of course, and it does help me know that you guys actually like the content. So, yeah, make sure to smash the like button. But there you go. Hour and 31 minutes we have until what do you call it? Until qualifying gets underway in Singapore. I just need to, though, go to the chat, because there is a row going on in the chat. And yeah, I just need to quickly sort this out. There's a few people having an argument in chat. Hold on. Ken Wallace says in chat, people defending racism in chat is enough for me, Chazza. I'm off and won't be back. Good luck, Chazza. You're a decent guy, and let some of your chat. Vince to 888 used to support racism. I'll be honest. If you could point me, I think, let me just try and find exactly what Vinster has said. Hold on a minute. Vinster said earlier, mistaking a person's country of origin isn't racist in my eyes. Mexico is in Central America. According to US teachings, I don't see a reason for splitting hairs, though. I mean, that's his view. I don't think that means that, he is necessarily racist, is Vinster. I disagree with him, of course, but just because he disagrees with me doesn't make him racist. That's just his view on the incident. I don't think I will. I mean, it's difficult to say, really. Did Helmut Marko, did he mistakenly say that Checo was from South America? Maybe. Again, we're never going to know that for sure, so there's no point really speculating on that. But, if he wants to say that, then he can say it, convinced her. And Ken Waller goes on to say, which is defending racism, mate. You can't say it's because he's old. I mean, yeah, that's definitely not an excuse. And in my view, what Helmut said was and is racist. But if people see it differently, then yeah, that's their view. In terms of my bar for what makes someone racist, I have a higher bar than most people because I think there's a lot of people that are guilty in 2023, especially with social media, at seeing, racism, sexism, all of that stuff. I think there's a lot of people these days that are guilty of seeing too much of that, in life when it probably doesn't exist as much as people actually think. Obviously, racism does exist, but I don't think it exists to the level that some people would make out. So, yeah, I don't think Vinster is being racist at all. If he thinks, that isn't racism, then, that's his view, but I don't think that makes him a racist. I don't think it makes him a racist at all. In my view, really, you need to say or do something that is clearly derogatory and towards a certain group. That's my view. But yeah, let's try and ease off the politics and all that stuff. And obviously, we did talk about Helmut Marko's comments on Thursday. I've already shared my view. Helmut Marko was wrong for what he said. Surprised that the Red Bull company have not suspended him at least. I mean, if they were to fire him, the Red Bull company, then I wouldn't really blame them for that. I mean, whether it's the right thing to do or not, people want to say yes or no, they can have that debate. But yeah, that's my view on the incident. I did see yesterday that Christian Horner, the Red Bull team principal, was asked on Sky F1, why have Red Bull Racing not put a statement out? And Horner's reason, it was the wrong reason. What he said because Helmut Marko is not officially an employee of Red Bull Racing, which is true, by the way. Helmut Marko is not an actual employee. He's actually an employee of the wider Red Bull brand. He said that's the reason they didn't put out a statement, which I think is wrong, because at the end of the day, Helmut does represent, Red Bull and Red Bull Racing in, to a degree. And of course, the person he talked about with his comments was Sergio Perez, one of the Red Bull Racing drivers. So I think Red Bull were absolutely wrong not to put a statement out regarding this issue. But one thing he did say, Horner, which is factually correct, is that Christian Horner has no power to suspend or fire Helmut Marko, because Helmut Marko is not employed by Red Bull Racing. And in fact, Helmut Marko, I think, is higher up in the Red Bull company than Christian Horner is. So if anyone can fire anyone, it'll be Helmut firing Christian Horner if that ever needed to happen. Of course, that probably won't ever have to happen. So we're not going to see that. But you get my point. it's up to the Red Bull company rather than just the Red Bull Racing Formula One team. Helmut Marko's role basically is just overseeing Red Bull's motorsport program, which is revolving around Formula One, basically. That's why Helmut Marko's job is not just with Red Bull, but it's with AlphaTauri as well. And he is a lot more in control of, the entire Red Bull operation in Formula One, which is not just, Red Bull, it's also AlphaTauri. That's why he's a lot more in control than obviously Christian Horner, who is just working for Red Bull Racing. So, yeah. Yeah, Vince is saying I'll refrain from commenting any more on that. Yeah, I mean, I've already said what I've had to say. I think most people have said what they wanted to say. I don't think there's really much point in talking about it any further. The only other thing I would say is, the Red Bull company, I think, should at the very least suspend Helmut Marko until, say, the end of the season for 6 months, which would be basically out for the rest of the year, and then he'd be able to return for the start of next season. I think there's definitely a debate to be had that he deserves a second chance if he was to be suspended. Again, that debate is there to be had, but I am very surprised they've not decided to suspend him, to obviously, one, protect the brand, but also you have to take some action against him because it's clearly wrong. Also, another bit of news through this whole situation is Helmut Marko has received a written warning, I think, from the FIA regarding those comments in terms of damaging the brand of F1 and the image of, the FIA and F1 and all of that stuff. So, yeah. I mean, the matter really is, on the looks of it, resolved. Should it be resolved? Again, you can have that debate. But, yeah, we may as well just move on from it because I don't think really there is... I don't think really there's anything more to add to it. The other thing you could really say about this whole situation is, maybe Helmut in the past has said some things which are a bit out there. Maybe you could argue are wrong. But I don't think there's enough evidence that Helmut Marko should be sacked from Red Bull permanently, because he has had a history of saying regular things that are, morally bad. I don't think there's enough evidence for that. And again, even though he has said what he said, with Perez, I don't necessarily believe that he should be just, sacked from the job, never to return. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if Red Bull did that, because, of course, when it comes to employing certain individuals, you're not just thinking about what is right and wrong. You're also thinking about the brand and the effect it has on the brand and PR and all of that stuff, which is very important. But, yeah, like I said, I think people deserve second chances in life. In most cases, I would say. So, yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that. We'll let F1 Twitter, continue crying and what do you call it, marching about it on social media, which I've seen plenty of that. I mean, the people on social media, complaining about this and criticizing Helmut Marko, it's, very much deserved. But you just know it will never end, and that people will, keep mentioning it now for the next probably 10 years, as much as they mention Abu Dhabi 2021. Anyway, let me just look at a couple more comments in regard to this situation, just so I can finally close this case, I would say. Ken Waller says, people go back and look at the long history of Helmut's racist comments, please let me know where Helmut's long history of racist comments is. I would like to know. I know someone did say a couple of days ago that he did, talk about I think Sergio Perez last year when he had a bit of a loss in form. I think he joked that Perez was, drinking tequila or something like that. I mean, to be honest, my interpretation of that was it wasn't. I mean, maybe it was the greatest thing he could have said, but I didn't really interpret that as racism, or even I didn't really interpret it as that bad of a thing that he said, in my view, because he clearly meant it in a nicer way, and I don't think he meant it in a derogatory way at all. So yeah, I don't think there's really that much wrong with that. But I do know there was the COVID thing where he suggested the drivers all get together and spread COVID amongst each other, which is not good. But in terms of purely racism, I don't think I've seen any other clear cases from Helmut Marko that he has said other racist things in the past. And Wallace saying, if I made them comments at work, I would be sacked. Probably, yeah, but that I don't think if that was your only incident in regards to that particular offense, I don't think necessarily you would deserve to be sacked. Again, Red Bull were to sack Helmut Marko, I wouldn't be surprised, and I wouldn't necessarily have a massive problem with it, but I don't think it's necessarily deserved if you've only made one mistake like that. And I think with Helmut Marko, the comments he made, I think it was more stupidity that he was guilty. Well, he was definitely guilty of racism, but it was just such a stupid thing that he said. It was so unnecessary what he said. And Ken telling me, just Google Helmut Marko racist comments. Well, let's see what Google says then. Well, all I see at the minute is the what do you call it? Is the what happened with him and Perez. I can't see anything else at the minute. I see an article from the Daily Express, which is one of the most clickbait fake news publications here in the UK. So I'm not going to read them, I think that was about something in 2022. But again, I don't believe Daily Express for a second. Yeah, I at the minute I can't see anything other than just this whole the thing he said about Sergio Perez. Let me go on to another page, see if there's anything else. Hold on. Let's just look at this thing from Twitter from July 2022. And I think apparently this particular news that I'm going to get into is to do with the whole Nelson Piquet Lewis Hamilton stuff, but I'm interested to see who the original source for this news article is, but I can't get it up. So yeah, all I can see is just the whole Perez stuff. I can't see anything in regards to any other racist comments that he may have made, and I don't believe there is the evidence out there. If if you can, or anybody else, if you believe I'm wrong and that he has said clearly racist stuff in the past, then go and find it if you can, and post a link in the chat, and or even just, or go into my Discord if you're on Discord and post a link in there, and I will have a look at it, whether it's during the stream, after the stream, whatever. I'm very happy to be proven wrong on that. Anyway, let's move on from this and focus on qualifying, as we've got an hour and 14 minutes to go. What should we do? I think the best thing to do is we'll just let the chat cool off for a bit, and let me, in a bit more depth, get into the teams after, that clip I played from my qualifying preview. Let's get into a bit more depth of the teams and get into how I think they'll perform overall here in qualifying. We'll start with Red Bull Racing. Red Bull looks better in practice 3, but there is no doubt about it, they are on the back foot. They are not as quick as Ferrari over a single lap here in Singapore. And you could arguably say that maybe even Mercedes have the advantage over Red Bull. It is still hard to say because it is still close between those teams. But Red Bull are not favourites for pole position here at all. I think there is really no doubt about that now, especially after practice 3, where they were quicker, they were closer to Ferrari, but they weren't, they weren't quite on Ferrari's pace. They were still a third of a second away from the Ferrari team. So, yeah, Red Bull still have fundamental issues. Well, not fundamental issues, but their issues are still there from Friday. The rear end of the car is not as stable as it needs to be. Sergio Perez was still complaining that there was some rear instability. Not as bad from practice 2, but there was still some during practice 3. And we even saw it with one of Max Verstappen's quick laps, that the rear end on turn-in was not quite with it. So they have got definitely issues with the handling of their car, which does compromise the rest of their weekend. Because, obviously, between now and the start of qualifying, they can still make setup changes to try and solve that issue. But if they can't solve it enough, then that's going to affect them not just for qualifying, but for the race as well. Because one big advantage they have had for the races this year is being able to set the car up for the race, and their car having no handling issues that have been, that are needed to that have needed to be solved, rather than focusing on setting the car up for the race. So this could be definitely, if there's going to be one race this season where Red Bull don't win, I think it really could be this weekend, given how they have looked so far. Max Verstappen, I've predicted to qualify 3rd for this Singapore Grand Prix, with Sergio Perez in 4th. With Max Verstappen, he has never taken pole position in Singapore. He's never even won the Singapore Grand Prix. This has been one of his weakest tracks in terms of results, not necessarily pace. He's always been very quick here, but he's just not had the luck, in certain years, and he hasn't necessarily, also in certain other years, delivered the absolute best weekend he could. Last year was a bit of bad luck, plus not the greatest amount of driving from Verstappen as to why he didn't finish in 1st place. So, yeah, I think Red Bull will be the 2nd best team. They will be ahead of Mercedes. I'm still relatively confident about that, but it will be close between those two teams. But I think Ferrari have clearly got a clear advantage over Red Bull. And if Red Bull get pole, it's going to be probably their best pole position of the season, because of the deficit they've had all weekend to Ferrari, who have topped every single session this weekend. Can they top qualifying? We'll find out soon. Mercedes-Benz, they look good. George Russell ending up 2nd in practice 3. He's had a great weekend, Russell. He's looked consistently quick the whole weekend, and he's on top form. He's absolutely at his best in 2020, or not in 2023 in general, but at this part of 2023, he is definitely back to and at his absolute best. So, yeah, looking good for Russell, and Mercedes look stronger going into this qualifying session than they've looked really going into a qualifying session since what, maybe Hungary, maybe before that. I don't know, back in Spain. And they've not had too many great practice sessions this season, Mercedes. They do tend at times to be a bit off the pace, and then they end up recovering a decent position in the end when qualifying comes around, but it ends up being a position that isn't necessarily that great considering what they are expecting and hoping. But this weekend looks different. Third on the grid is definitely possible, and maybe even George Russell can produce a brilliant session, maybe even getting onto the front row of the grid. And if they can do that and be on the front row with Ferrari, Mercedes could win this Singapore Grand Prix, given how their race pace looks going into Sunday. So, yeah, George Russell, I'm pretty confident will be ahead of Lewis Hamilton on the grid. I'm still going to stick with my prediction of 5th and 6th in qualifying. I'm still, again, relatively confident Mercedes have got the third best car for this Singapore Grand Prix qualifying session. Maybe they've got the second best car, but I think still, ultimately, it's too hard for me to decide, given that we know that Red Bull do tend to sandbag a bit, well, not a bit more, but a slight bit more than other teams in 2023. And of course, they have the freedom to do that. How great their car has normally been. So we'll see how Mercedes do, but they are looking definitely one of the top 3 teams here in Singapore. Now let's go on to the Scuderia Ferrari team. Wow, what a weekend. Carlos Sainz has been quickest in 2 of the 3 practice sessions so far this weekend, and Ferrari been quickest in every practice session. In practice 2, as you saw earlier, they were a quarter of a second quicker than the next best team. And in practice 3, they were still quickest, but they weren't quite as quick compared to the next best team as they were in practice 2. But I'm still pretty confident that Ferrari have got overall the best car qualifying. And Carlos Sainz is at his absolute best this weekend. Clearly, he is very confident coming out of the last Grand Prix in Italy, where of course he took pole position in front of the adoring Tifosi. Had a very good race as well. And yeah, he is back to his best that we saw 2 or 3 years ago. Of course, has always been very quick here, which does help as well. And confident Carlos Sainz is very good. Carlos Sainz, as we clearly see. So yeah, looking good for Sainz, and I think he will just about take pole position ahead of his teammate Charles Leclerc, who definitely still seems to be struggling a bit more with the Ferrari car than say Sainz has been. So yeah, I think, what do you call it? I think with I'm pretty confident that in that, you know, that driver fight or rivalry, whatever you want to call it, I'm pretty confident that Carlos will be ahead of Leclerc in qualifying, because that's how it's looked so far. Plus, we have heard this season that Carlos has been more comfortable, let's say, with the handling and the balance of the Ferrari car than Leclerc has. Carlos has still had his own issues with the Ferrari car, but it has tended at times to suit Carlos more than it has Charles. So, yeah, Sainz, I think, gets pole, just ahead of Charles Leclerc. Let me know in the chat, guys, and in that poll running at the top of the chat. Do you think, yes or no, do you think Ferrari will get pole position today, given the pace they have shown so far this weekend? I think they will. I want to hear, though, from you guys. Let's now get into the rest of the teams. Aston Martin, we didn't quite see in practice 3 what their true pace was. They looked okay, if not decent at best, I would say, in practice 2. Alonso was only, a tenth of a second slower than Russell in practice. So I think Aston Martin's pace is still decent, but I'm not sure if it's good enough to see them figuring in a high position for qualifying. I think they're probably going to be, back end of the top 10. Not the very back end of the top 10, but, a lot closer to, say, 7th, 8th on the grid at best is what I see for Aston Martin. My prediction is Fernando Alonso to qualify in 7th, and Lance Stroll, I think, will miss out on Q3 and be knocked out in, 12th, 13th place, something like that. That's not a great result for them if they were to get that, but from what I've seen so far, that is realistically where they're going to be. So yeah, we'll see with Aston Martin how they perform, but it would be definitely disappointing for them around this type of track to perform like that, because this track theoretically should suit their car really well, but it just hasn't really seemed to be the case so far this weekend. We've not really seen anything to really suggest that Aston Martin's pace is, really good. So, or, better than expected or anything like that. So, yeah, I don't have a great feeling about Aston Martin going into this session. McLaren, they showed some better pace in practice 3, and they were, 3/10 of a second quicker than they were in practice 2, so that's good to see, but we still don't know for sure relative to the others what their true pace is like. And with all these new upgrades that they've brought purely for Lando Norris's car this weekend, obviously Oscar Piastri will have the new upgrades in Japan. Yeah, it's still hard to say where they are. I've got them as the 5th best team, as I talked about earlier. And I'm going to have to stick with that, because I still don't think we've seen enough evidence to suggest they are definitely going to be quicker than Aston Martin. And, up there properly fighting Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes. So yeah, I'm gonna have to go with them as 5th best team. I hope I'm wrong. I probably will be wrong, but I can't come out and say something that I believe will be wrong. Once we get to qualifying itself. So yeah, 5th best team. I think they'll be. I've gone 8th and 9th in qualifying, which wouldn't be terrible, but it would definitely be very disappointing, given coming into the weekend, I think I predicted Lando Norris to take pole position, and for both McLarens to be in the top 3 on the grid. Maybe they'll, be in those positions, in a couple hours' time, but yeah, I haven't seen anything so far to suggest they'll be even close to that. Will McLaren, but maybe they've been sandbagging. Maybe, just maybe, they have, been running quite a bit more fuel and have just been trying to find out how the car handles with these new upgrades. And maybe once everybody, as Christian Horner once famously said, drops their pants and shows what they've got, maybe they'll have the best car out there. I would love it if they did, but there's no evidence to suggest they do. So yeah, I'm going to stick with my prediction with them. Let's hope for something quite a bit better. Alpine look pretty bad. Even with their new side pod inlet upgrade, we've not seen any good pace this weekend. They're struggling really to get into the top 10, and I mean really that close to the top 10 even. So yeah, Alpine are in a very bad spot. At this rate, given how their performance looks, I think they're going to do well to get both cars into Q2, which is such a surprising thing to say, because I did not think they would be in that type of position this weekend. I thought they would be definitely, say, getting at least one car into the top 10 in qualifying, but they've not looked like that at all this weekend. So yeah, Alpine, really disappointed with them. As I said yesterday, this team has just fallen apart, and yeah, I've got no real hope for them going forward. So yeah, like I said, at best, both cars will be knocked out in Q2. Williams, they look okay. I mean, this is going to be one of their weakest tracks on the calendar, let's be honest. So we can't really be surprised that their pace is not that good. I think they're probably going to be the seventh or eighth best team at best. Probably more like the eighth best team in this qualifying session. Yeah, not much else to say really. We know the reasons why they're not quick around here, because they don't have as much downforce as other teams, and their chassis as well is not exactly as good as, say, Haas chassis or obviously the top teams in Formula One. So yeah, I think the teams they'll be most competitive with will be Alpine, AlphaTauri, and probably Alfa Romeo as well. I think definitely Haas F1, who we'll go on to now, are quicker than them, and Haas in the midfield look to have the best car for qualifying. Nico Hülkenberg just about getting into the top 10. Magnussen was in the top 10 in practice too. And yeah, I'm pretty confident they will get into Q3. As I predicted earlier, Nico Hülkenberg, I think, will end up in P10 just about for the Haas F1 team. So yeah, car looks good. Surprisingly good, because I thought they would be the slowest team weekend, but that has not proven to be the case. Yeah, looking great for Haas. Hülkenberg in great form. Magnussen has looked good so far, but will he actually deliver in qualifying? Something that he's really struggled with this season. We'll have to find out in just under an hour's time. But yeah, out of those midfield teams, Haas have got, I think, the strongest car. And then you've got Alfa Romeo. They didn't really push at all in practice 3. Alfa Romeo are probably the next best team after the Haas team, who are overall for the entire grid, probably the 6th best team. So yeah, Alfa Romeo's pace looks decent. It's nothing special, but they're definitely in the fight to a degree, I think, to get at least one car into the top 10 with, say, Valtteri Bottas, because Bottas has been quicker than Zhou Guanyu so far this weekend. Bottas was actually in the top 10 yesterday in practice too, as you saw. So yeah, Valtteri, I think, will be definitely in Q2 and not too far away from getting in the top 10, but I think we'll just miss out because I don't think the Alfa Romeo will have quite enough pace to see him make the top 10. Zhou Guanyu, I think, will probably get knocked out in Q1 because he's not really had that great of a weekend. Maybe I'll be wrong. We'll see. But yeah, the only driver really to look out for Alfa Romeo is Valtteri Bottas, who might be able to pull off a decent surprise, and so can AlphaTauri. Liam Lawson's had a decent weekend so far. Wasn't as great in practice 3, was Lawson, but practice 2, he certainly looked good. But Yuki Tsunoda, what a end to practice 3 he had, getting into the top 10 and looking a lot quicker than what we saw yesterday from AlphaTauri. So they might just spring a surprise. That lap that Tsunoda did might just get certain teams around them thinking, oh god, AlphaTauri might actually be very strong in this session. Of course, they were surprisingly strong a couple of weeks ago at Monza, a track where we didn't think they would be that quick, and they ended up finishing 11th and 12th. So watch out for AlphaTauri. I think going into this session, they are probably the dark horse for a really strong result, at least with one car, and are probably the team to look out for in terms of causing a surprise. Yeah, watch out for Tsunoda and AlphaTauri. But guys, those are my thoughts on all of the teams going into qualifying. We are just under an hour away from the beginning of the session. So make sure in the next 55 minutes to let me know in the chat, who do you think will finish in the top 5? Who do you have taking pole position? How do you think certain teams and drivers will get on in this session? let me know in the chat, and I'll get to some of your comments as we build up to the session. And again, make sure to vote in that poll at the top of the chat if you have not already. But yeah, let's come back to you guys in the chat and see what you guys having to say. Kiefer says, Chaz, ranked from best to worst among the Alpha/Sauber drivers at their time in the team between Leclerc, Ericsson, Raikkonen, Giovinazzi, Bottas, best to worst out of those drivers at when they were racing for Sauber. It would be what? Probably Leclerc first, Raikkonen second, Bottas third, Giovinazzi fourth, Ericsson fifth, and Joe in sixth. I think I'd probably go for. Count Blast saying Red Bull Group has a bit of history of or with racist shit. Wonder why. I have heard that, yeah, Dietrich Mateschitz, who obviously was the person running Red Bull until he sadly passed away at the end of last year. Yeah, I've heard stuff about how a Donald Trump supporter, and that he was a right wing politics guy. To be honest, I'd have to look more into that specifically to see, what his actual political beliefs were. But I mean, if you're right wing, that doesn't automatically make you racist. I mean, that would be just such a stupid thing to think, as far as I'm concerned. Same way that, just because you're right wing doesn't make you a fascist. Same with, the left wing make you say I don't know, list or whatever. So yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with being right wing. There's right wing people who, are absolutely fine people. But in terms of, his support of whoever politician or whatever type of policies, again, I'd have to go into that and research that stuff. But yeah, and I have heard these accusations with Red Bull for a while, but I have to admit, let's say there is some racism at Red Bull, I think it's definitely not as much as, or not. It's not. They're not as racist as people think they are. I mean, maybe yeah, there are certain people at the company/team that might be, but yeah, I definitely think it's overblown. Which again, so many things these days are overblown, especially when it comes to social issues. Blue Flag Alpha says Max hasn't won here and probably never will. Nah, come on, he'll win. He'll win eventually. He might even win this weekend. Yeah, he'll definitely win at some point. AJ, I think it is, says Red Bull is a toxic team. Facts. If that's your view of them, then fine, but I don't. It's definitely not a fact that they're a toxic team. You don't have to like them, of course, and you don't have to like certain things they do or say. But yeah. Simon Troop asks, "Do you think Ferrari or Mercedes win the race tomorrow?" I'll be honest, I haven't decided at all who I think will win the race tomorrow, because it is really dependent for me on the grid and what grid we get. I mean, my prediction coming into the weekend, of course, was that Verstappen was going to win, and I think my prediction was Norris second and Piastri third. But from what I've seen so far, it looks like that could be my prediction. My final prediction for the race is probably going to be quite a bit different from what my initial one was. But yeah, it's too early to say whether I think Ferrari or Mercedes will win because it depends on qualifying. If Ferrari lock out the front row, their chances of winning are very, very good. Very, very good. Probably 75, 80% chance, I would say, of them winning. Even with the higher wear problems they have, having that vital track position both cars for the race. Pretty difficult for Red Bull, Mercedes, McLaren, Aston Martin to overcome. Simon Troop saying Russell will get second on the grid today. Yeah, I mean, is it possible? Yeah, but I think the chances of second on the grid for Russell is quite low still, given how quick Ferrari and probably Red Bull will be. If I can find some more comments here. Ottomeyer Parker, I vote no because I think Perez will pull an upset. That'd be nice to see. Perez has not been on pole for how long? Quite a while. I think Miami the last time Sergio Perez started a race on pole position, and yeah, that would be a nice change up. Well, anyone other than Verstappen being on pole would be a nice change up, to be honest. But yeah, I think if we get no Red Bulls on the front row, that would make for that'd be the best case scenario for making for an exciting race. Again, I don't hate Red Bull at all, but I want an exciting race, and the best chance of that is if Red Bull, around this track in particular, which is hard to overtake at, is if Red Bull are not on the front row of the grid. So, yeah. Ferrari front row definitely would be welcomed by me. And I think, to be honest, given that Ferrari are likely not to be that quick in the race, it probably would make for an exciting battle, not just for the win, but all of the, say, top 7, 8, 9 positions, because so close, throughout the field. Astro Stevo saying, I hope Sainz gets a second pole in a row. Or Leclerc, Ferrari front row, perhaps Perez third and Piastri fourth, with Norris fifth and Lewis sixth, maybe. Probably wishful thinking. Yeah, maybe to a degree, with Verstappen not in there. But yeah, like I said, a Ferrari front row, I definitely would not be against that. And also, Astro Steve asking the weather forecast. I'm pretty sure it's going to be dry for qualifying. Of course, qualifying last year we did have some rain. It made for a really unusual qualifying session where we got Verstappen in the end qualified down in 8 something. Had Perez Hamilton top 3, which for 2022 was not a typical top 3. Angel, I think it is, says Norris or Russell for pole. Vinster says, I haven't believed in Lando until recently. He's doing well with the car he has. Ottomeyer Parker says, I agree. All Ferrari front row would win. And Kiefer asking, Kaz, your prediction for pole with Norris, do you believe that would happen? Well, that was my initial prediction. That's not my final prediction for qualifying. So yeah, I don't think it will happen, but yeah, that's not my prediction. And Kiefer also asking, when it comes to F1 Prime, who has the best Prime between Vettel, Raikkonen, Alonso, and Hamilton? Who do you think has the best Prime among the 4? Who has the best Prime out of those 4? Between my view, it's between probably the thing is, it's difficult to say in terms of, you know, because with all four drivers, what you need to first determine is what was their best year, their prime year, where they were all at their absolute best. For Lewis Hamilton, it would probably be 2019, I would say, for Lewis Hamilton. For Sebastian Vettel, it'd have to be 2013. Kimi Raikkonen would be 2005. And Fernando Alonso, I'd probably say his prime was 2006 or 2012. Yeah, that's actually a really hard question. I'm not sure on answer for that. Yeah, yeah, I can't answer that. I think I would have to actually like think about that for like quite a few minutes. When I mean quite a few minutes, I mean like 20-30 minutes properly think that over. So yeah, I'll have a think about that and I'll get back to you on that maybe tomorrow in tomorrow's stream. Because yeah, I need to think about that because there's lots of things I need to account for those particular seasons of those drivers. And then obviously in my mind do the comparison and just, eventually come up with who I believe had the best prime. Good question though. Astro Stevo, what do you says or asks, what do you think of comparing Verstappen teammates with Lewis's? Hamilton and three drivers who won titles in the same car racing against him. Max has had at their weakest Gasly, Albon, and Perez. Yeah, obviously this was a big topic, especially on Twitter a couple weeks ago, because Lewis Hamilton came out in an interview and said that that he's had a lot stronger teammates than Max, which is true. But at the end of the day, that's not Max's fault that his teammates have not been as strong as Lewis's. That's up to Red Bull, who they put alongside him, and Max. All that he is responsible for is the job that he does. I mean, yeah, Lewis Hamilton quite clearly has had a better teammate. That's not even up for debate. But yeah, I don't think that is. Once we start comparing Lewis and Max all time to determine who is all time the better driver, I don't. Well, we will factor that in, the teammates, but I don't think that is going to be the main thing you would factor in as to determining who is better. And by the way, Kiefer, I did earlier answer your question about who are the top 5 drivers from the 2000s on, and my top 5 was what was it? It was Hamilton first, Vettel second, Alonso third, Vettel fourth, and Verstappen in fifth. Astro Stevo, how would Max do against a teammate that was really capable of challenging him and who was treated equally in the team? I mean, truthfully, we're never going to know, are we? How he would truly do. I mean, he had Daniel Ricciardo as a teammate who was definitely competitive with Max, but he wasn't as quick as Max. That was clear to see in the end. I think the only drivers in an equal car and in a team where both drivers are treated equally, the only drivers I can think of that would beat Max Verstappen are Lewis Hamilton, Charles Leclerc, and then maybe Lando Norris, but I think it's still too hard to tell how Norris compares to Max and a lot of the other top drivers, because Lando has not been consistently in a position to fight with those drivers. Obviously, because the McLaren car has not been regularly a front running car. And the thing is, comparing Max and Fernando, I think if they were teammates, because Max is a lot better at qualifying, I think Max would beat Fernando purely because he'd be able to out qualify him and then have that advantage of track position. So, yeah, Hamilton, Leclerc, maybe Norris, but yeah, obviously we'll never know for sure. And let's be honest, guys. I mean, Max Verstappen, the reason he gets treated by Red Bull the way he does, with the privilege he gets from them, is for good reason. Because he is, right now, the best driver in Formula One, and there's no point having a driver alongside him who is going to cause possible turmoil and cause tension to rise, because they've already got what most teams are missing, which is a superstar level driver. So yeah, there's no reason for Red Bull, in my view, to go and sign a Lando Norris, a Lewis Hamilton, or a Charles Leclerc, because they've already got that level of driver, if not better. I know we've heard rumors lately that Lando Norris maybe will be going to Red Bull. I still don't think that's going to happen, and I don't think Lando should go to Red Bull because he won't get treated equally. And given Lando's talent level, he should be the team leader of the team he's racing for, really. So, as far as I'm concerned, as long as McLaren stay as competitive as they have been in the last few races, which is, really competitive, then he should stay at McLaren if they stay like that. But if they don't, then yeah, maybe look to leave and go to another team. But we'll have to see what happens with that. Lando, obviously, contracted at McLaren until the end of 2025. So he'll be with McLaren, of course, for next year and the year after. Will the Brit Ottomai Parker says, I've heard Lawson can jump in anything and drive it. Sounds crazy, but I would think of Lawson like a Kimi. I think do it. Leclerc is too emotional. Well, what you said there about Lawson, but hey, that's your view. Ottomai Parker saying Norris is about to get owned by Piastri. I don't agree. I don't think there's evidence at the minute to suggest that that's going to happen soon. Oscar Piastri next year, though, definitely will be quite a bit better. And he's already had, a very good season. So, yeah, next season will be a tough season for Lando. But we'll see how Lando copes with it. But let me read out a couple more comments here quickly. Astro Stevo says Alonso never had the car advantage the others in my top 5 have had. Admittedly, partly his own fault, but still true. Looney Classic says if Danny Rick was still at Red Bull, Max would not have won 10 in a row. Rick would not lose a race starting pole and Max starting 10th. Lewis is competing with a good driver now in George. Max not. Yeah, I do agree. I think if Ricciardo was Max's teammate this year and it was the best version of Ricciardo, I think Ricciardo would have won in Saudi Arabia, of course, because Max had, his issue. Maybe Ricciardo would have won in Baku. I think Daniel definitely would have won in Miami. And then what you call it? Maybe Monaco. We know Ricciardo was very special around there and had a definitely a thing around Monaco. And yeah, maybe a couple other races in there that he may have been able to grab ahead of Verstappen, say the Belgian Grand Prix, for example. But I mean, yeah, Max wouldn't have won 10 races in a row, but he still would win a way, 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 way more races than Ricciardo. Yeah, Max on a different level compared to the best version of Daniel Ricciardo. Anyway, before I go any further and read any more comments out, let me just repost the link of the stream out a couple more times, and then I'll get to your comments. So make sure to keep posting your comments, by the way. I will get to them in a moment. Quickly do this. Come join us here. Watchalong qualifying Singapore, and I'll throw it out quickly on Twitter. And let me just have a quick look as well when I go onto Twitter if there is any news I can bring you guys. Yeah, can't see anything at the moment. Come join us here on qualifying at the Singapore GP, and let me just do a couple hashtags quick. Right, there you go. So that's all sorted, and yeah, we're 32 minutes away from qualifying starting, so not too far away now. Looney Classics, Lando should be team leader. What if Oscar starts beating him next year? What then? Well, then he shouldn't be team leader, at least of McLaren. But until we see that Oscar starts beating him on a regular basis, then yeah, I think Lando absolutely deserves to be the team leader of McLaren. There's some others and ones. Will F1 Gaming says Ricciardo is overrated. Let's be honest. Verstappen has improved massively since he was teammates with Ricciardo. I agree that Verstappen has improved, but I don't think Ricciardo's overrated necessarily. Maybe certain people overrate him a slight bit too much, but I think most people rate him fairly. I don't think anyone's thinking ever, best driver in Formula One. Ottomai Parker says Lawson was quicker than Ricciardo in the first two races, or in his first two races, and Ricciardo crashed on a tight, twisty circuit while Lawson held his own in a race that's seen every tyre used. There's facts out there. Saying that Lawson was quicker than Ricciardo in his first two races is not really fair, I would say, because I mean they weren't in the same car with each other, were Lawson and Ricciardo, so we can't say that Lawson is legitimately quicker than Ricciardo because we don't know that Lawson is quicker than Ricciardo. Lawson has had an impressive couple races, but whether Ricciardo would have been better or not, who knows? Who knows? I mean, full race weekends Ricciardo did, I thought were quite impressive. So, Yeah, let's wait till Daniel gets back in the car and let's see how he ends the season before we determine, truly his level at the minute. Astro Steve says time will tell how much of Max's dominance this year is down to the car. Example, Vettel between 2010 and 2013, and a weak teammate versus his driving alone. Webber was better than Perez as a challenging number 2 driver. Astro Stevo asking also, do you think Perez has been mentally broken, Chazza? Yeah. And I think the reason he's been mentally broken is because he has tried to do something that he can't do, which is win the championship. Sergio Perez is never going to beat Max Verstappen in the same car over the course of a season. It will never happen. There is the amount of things that would have to go wrong for Max to be beaten by Perez in a season would be astronomical. It really, really would. And I think that's the reason his confidence has dropped quite a bit from what we saw at the start of the season, and why mentally he is a bit broken, because he came into the season and for the first 4 or 5 races was talking a bit about, championships and stuff like that. When, we all knew realistically that Perez was not going to win the championship. And I think, to be honest, that could explain to a degree why Valtteri Bottas, in the end, with Mercedes, when he was Lewis Hamilton's teammate, started to have a drop-off in confidence, performance, and mentally, wasn't quite doing as well as he was towards the start of his Mercedes career, because he also, was trying, not trying to win the championship, it's the wrong way of putting it, but actually believed he was going to win the championship. Yeah, just, again, not realistic, and there was never really a chance that Valtteri was going to win the title against Hamilton. Same with Perez against Max Verstappen. And I think if you look at number 2 drivers at, say, front-running teams from the past, the ones that have done the best consistently are the ones that didn't actually believe they were going to win the championship with that team, given they were the number 2 driver and their teammate was quite a bit better. Look at Rubens Barrichello, for example. He knew he was never going to be allowed to win the championship, even if he could get on the same pace as Michael. But he never was on the same pace as Michael on a consistent basis. And he knew he was never going to win the championship. And that's why he focused on, more importantly, getting the best result he could and just helping the team out in the Constructors' Championship, which was really his job. And that's why he was so good as a number 2 driver. Same for other number 2 drivers in the past. You actually just, if you're in that role and you focus on achieving realistic goals, not completely unachievable goals like winning the title even though my teammate's a lot better than me, then you'll do better. It's not really rocket science. It's the same just in life, isn't it? If you set a realistic goal for yourself and you accomplish it, you're going to feel better and have more confidence than if you set a really massively unrealistic goal and you don't get anywhere near close to it because, well, realistically, you're never going to get close. I think that's the problem with Perez. And yeah, I think he would be, and maybe he has got to that point now, but I think it'd be just a lot better for Perez if he just accepted his role at Red Bull and that he is not employed by Red Bull to challenge Max Verstappen. He is employed to score consistent points for for the Red Bull team and to help them, most importantly, in the Constructors' Championship. That is Perez's role. He is a classic number 2 driver. Nothing wrong with that, by the way. There's many drivers who have played that role and have had very successful careers still. So, yeah, that's my overall view on that. Um, find some more comments here. Looney Classic says, how much of winning is down to skill and how much is down to being a killer? Lewis and Max say they never saw their father's smile. It was killer, hardcore love they got, which made them killers too. I mean, the way they were raised, I mean, obviously it has an effect on how they became to be what they ultimately were. But not just them, but your Michael Schumachers, Ayrton Senna's, people like that. But I think, truthfully, I think everyone, not everyone, but I think those particular drivers always had that in them. It was just about unlocking it. And that's, with the way they were raised and developed, not just by their parents, but by others. As they, were growing up, I think they were able to do that to help develop that skill. And I think, in terms of what you mean by that, I think if I just reread the question, I think at the end of the day, we have to be honest, especially in today's Formula One, because these cars have a lot less mechanical grip and it's a lot less. You can't influence the performance of the car as much as a driver as you could, back 30 years ago, or even 20 years ago. You could argue. What do you call it? Most of the reason why drivers finish in certain positions is because of the car in the current state of Formula One. That is, I think, pretty much true, and I think most people would agree with that. Now, of course, the drivers, that the teams employed, they have to be very talented, quick, skillful. But I don't think that that talent of being a killer when it comes to delivering a near perfect qualifying lap or the best possible race performance that you could do. I don't think you need to do that as much these days as you maybe had to 20, 30 years ago. I don't think it's as required now as it was 20 or 30 years ago. Because I think really, at the end of the day, if your car is quick enough and plus you've got the talent and skill to get the best out of the car, you don't necessarily every weekend have to be delivering amazing laps in qualifying and delivering 10 out of 10 performances in the race. And I think a lot of the races this season, Max has not been 10 out of 10 in the races. He's just, with the talent and skill he has, plus the pace of the car, it has proved to be, him and that car too good. But he doesn't need to deliver those extra special laps and amazing performances every weekend like maybe Michael Schumacher had to back in the 1990s. So I don't think that skill is that skill of being a killer in the way you put it in qualifying on the races. I don't think it's as important now as it used to be. And I think the only way today it's important is if your main rival is your teammate, say for the championship, or your car is so equal on pace with the your rival's car from another team that it all comes down to the difference made by the drivers. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that. Astro Stevo, just imagine if Max had serious competition in an equal car. I hope we get to see that one day. Max to try stint at Ferrari. Yeah, well, if he wants a payday, then definitely. But I'm not sure if he wants to win more championships. Not necessarily sure that's what he should do. But I mean, yeah, it would be great to see Max have a teammate which is, you know, maybe not exactly as good as him, but pretty much on his level. Because then we would find out a lot more as to how good Max Verstappen is. That's the great thing about Lewis Hamilton's career, is he's had so many great teammates that it is a lot easier to tell just how great Hamilton, his career has been, how great he is at the minute, for example. But again, it's not going to happen, is it? With Verstappen, he's probably always going to have a midfield caliber driver next to him, which again, not necessarily a bad thing for the team to have that system in place, because drivers like Verstappen, Hamilton, Alonso, maybe even you say Leclerc and Norris, they deserve that level of treatment. Prank says, be a killer is your mental state as well. Ever since Lewis started playing victim, he stopped winning. Well, get too much into that. Find a couple more comments, and I think I'm gonna have a sip of water. As what do you call it? We are 18 minutes from qualifying beginning. So yeah, sure to get ready, guys, for the start of this session, which is going to be, I think, a pretty exciting one. Will off on gaming since Kovalainen and Bottas were useless. I wouldn't go that far. In terms of useless teammates, especially at top teams, I think people more like, Michael Andretti in '93, Luca Badoer at Ferrari in 2009. I think that would classify more so as useless than what Kovalainen and Bottas did. Kovalainen and Bottas, they did as well as they could have done at those teams. Kovalainen, for example, had not a great 2008, where he was, obviously able to drive a much faster car than he was in 2009, but he had some good races in there, so I can't really sit here and complain that he was terrible. I don't think Kovalainen was ever supposed to be a great driver or a world champion level driver, to be honest. But yeah, what I'm going to do is just quickly mute my microphone, have a drink, have a bit of a clear my throat, and then I'll come back to your comments, guys, in just a moment as we continue to build into qualifying. And yeah, make sure to keep those comments coming in the live chat. And as well, if you haven't hit the like button yet, make sure to do so. We're currently on 71 likes. Let's try and get up to, I don't know, 80 plus if we can before we get into qualifying, which is, 15 minutes time. That'd be great if we could. But yeah, we'll be getting into it pretty soon. Let's see if I can find some other comments in the chat here that I've maybe missed. Yanni's saying what you just said about Perez is exactly what happened after he said he was going to win the championship when his trouble started. Yeah, it's just, You know what it would be like? It would be like, and I do use football analogies a lot because I do watch football quite a bit, and I do love football. Um, so forgive the football analogy on this channel, but it's like, for example, in the Premier League. If you Americans, if you don't know what that is, it's basically our version of NBA, NFL, whatever, our best league in this country. What do you call it? It's like, if say a smaller team, not as good team, has a really good start to the season, and after say 3-4 months, they're in the top, I don't know, 2 in the table, maybe even top of the table. If the manager then comes out and says, "Yeah, we can and we will even win this title," the amount of pressure that puts on the players is, I mean, one, a pressure that those players wouldn't be used to, but also would probably crumble under because, again, that's not the level they're supposed to be at. And that is essentially with Sergio Perez what he did to himself. Put himself under that pressure and succumbed under that pressure pretty quickly because in reality, and we knew it, he wasn't good enough to win the championship. He never will be. And it's sad for me to say that because I love Perez. I've always been a big fan of him, but I've always been realistic about what Sergio Perez is. He is not a world champion level driver, and he never will be. What he has been at Red Bull, a solid, when he's actually performing to his best level, consistent number 2 driver, that is what he is at a top team. No more, no less than that. And, if he's racing for a midfield team, he's a really good midfield caliber driver and a very good option for a mid. And again, he just put that pressure on himself and just really damaged himself. And it caused, a massive drop off in form. Another, I guess, comparison to football is some of you guys may remember in the Premier League, we had Leicester City win it really surprisingly a few years ago. I think the odds for them winning the league at the start of the season were I think 5,000 to 1, was it? The odds for them to win that season. I mean, they had just avoided relegation the year before. People thought they were probably going to get relegated that season. They ended up winning the title. The manager that year, he never said anything about the title race, really, until the last 2-3 games of the season before they actually won the title. He just was keeping the expectations and comes to the goals that he had set, he was keeping them at a realistic level. Just saying, right, as long as we get this amount of points this season, then I'm happy. And as long as we get, I think it was 40 points he kept going on about. As long as we get 40 points, I'll be happy because that means we'll have avoided relegation and had a good season and, all that. And he kept doing that on purpose because he didn't want to put that pressure on his team. And it was the right thing to do because then Leicester, I mean, they never crumbled under the pressure because the pressure was not applied within for them to win that title. So, yeah. Anyway, let's go through some final comments and then we'll get into this session. Looney Classic says, why do some people bring personal insults whenever they talk about Lewis? Are they that bothered that a black dude wants so much? Some people call him gay and racist because he stands up for others. Yeah, I mean, calling people names in general is pretty stupid unless you're given a really good reason to do so. Even then, you could argue it's a stupid, childish thing to do. So yeah, I don't think anyone would defend that. But at the end of the day, there is a lot of people who, watch sports who, they don't want politics to be talked about or brought into sports, which I can understand certain people and their points on that. But a lot of people that don't want politics brought into sport, it's normally because it's politics that they don't agree with. It's right wing, left wing, whatever wing politics. And that's why he gets criticism for, whatever things he's raised awareness for, because people disagree with whatever he's raising awareness for, mostly. Some people just don't want politics to be in sport, which again is a fair debate to have. But he's a grown adult, he can do what he wants at the end of the day. But again, calling anyone names childish as fuck. Astro Stevo saying, I watched the last Team Matilda's games in the Women's World Cup, just missed when they got into the semi-finals. Sigh, not a big soccer fan here. Yeah, obviously the Women's World Cup held in Australia. What was it? July and August. Yeah, they did quite well. Of course, my nation ended up losing in the final. Yeah, it's a pretty simple thing in sports where, pressure is obviously there's pressure with every single, sports team, player, driver, whatever you want to call them, depending on what sport they're in. There is always pressure for everyone. But one thing you should never do is apply unnecessary pressure, because especially if you've got people at your team that probably won't be able to live up to that thing you're trying to aim for, then the pressure will just kill that expectation or aim dead. It just will. So yes, it's a pretty simple thing. And unfortunately for Perez, it wasn't that Red Bull said, you've got to be winning the title this year. He did it to himself, and we can only blame Sergio Perez. Vettel Hamilton says, even Vettel 2020 was better than Andre Lotterer. Let's put some respect on Andre Lotterer's name, because I think how many races did he do? Was it just one race, 2014, where he outqualified Marcus Ericsson in the wet at Spa by a second? That's a really impressive thing he did. Especially, I mean, look what Ericsson's gone on to do in motorsport. He's been pretty good in IndyCar. I think by the end of his Formula One career, he was at a decent level. So, yeah, Andre Lotterer wasn't terrible. We've definitely seen worse than him, no doubt. Mazepin, maybe Latifi. And then you've obviously got Will Stevens, Roberto Merri, Artikayan, maybe Gull Peak. So yeah, he's not the worst driver we've had. Let me find one more comment, and then we'll get into this qualifying session. And the final one I'll read out is from Astro Stevo, who is asking, think Perez will keep his seat at Red Bull Racing next year? If not, where might he go? Still hoping Ricciardo replaces him. Yes, I am biased. From the sounds of it, he's probably going to keep his seat at Red Bull. So I think, yeah, he will probably stay at Red Bull. If he was to leave, though, I don't think he stays at within the Red Bull team overall. I think he would leave altogether and would not go to AlphaTauri. Where would he go? it depends on what seat is available. Maybe Williams. I mean, that'd be very beneficial to Williams with the money that Perez does bring with the sponsorship backing got. So yeah, probably Williams. That's it. There's no other openings on the grid, I don't think anymore. So there's nothing really. Or there's not really, much places Perez can go, unfortunately. Anyway, we have got, guys, about 4.5 minutes until qualifying begins in Singapore. And before we get into things, let me quickly finish up the poll in the chat, where you guys, after 270 votes, have voted in my poll where I asked, will Ferrari take pole position for the 2023 Singapore Grand Prix? Again, 270 votes in total. Thank you for voting if you did. And you guys, with 60% of the vote, voted yes. I agree. I think they'll not only get pole, but lock out the front row. But clearly you guys, majority of you, think they will take pole position. Let's find out in this qualifying session. Before, though, we get into the session, let's have a quick look at the championship standings going into qualifying. Max Verstappen, 145 points clear of Sergio Perez. Fernando Alonso in third. Hamilton not too far behind in fourth, with Carlos Sainz in fifth. Leclerc sixth. Russell seventh. Norris eighth. Stroll ninth. And Pierre Gasly in 10th. And on the constructors' side, Red Bull 310 points clear of Mercedes-Benz. Ferrari are in third. 11 points clear of Aston Martin fourth. McLaren are just over 100 points behind in fifth, with Alpine sixth, Williams seventh, Haas a point clear of Alfa Romeo in eighth, and then AlphaTauri very back of the field. And a quick reminder of my prediction for this qualifying session. I think it'll be a Ferrari front row of Sainz and Leclerc, with Verstappen third, Perez fourth, Russell fifth, Hamilton sixth, Alonso seventh, Norris eighth, Piastri ninth, and Nico Hulkenberg in 10th. We'll see now whether I'll be correct or not. So let me just get rid of that and get rid of that text quickly as well. And of course, Q1 will be an 18-minute long session. I'll sync up the timer at the 17-minute mark. There will not be any alternate tyre allocation rules, so don't have to worry about hard tyre being seen during Q1 like we did at Monza, with the medium then being seen in Q2 and only the soft being seen in Q3. Let me just get the dotted line out quickly before we get going. Darkness has descended in Singapore. So let me just quickly drag this into position. And there you go. So obviously anyone below that dotted line at the end of the session will be out of qualifying. Don't think necessarily there's going to be any surprises in this session. I think Q2 is more likely to see surprises. But with the track evolution likely to be quite high, if certain drivers or teams don't get the best laps in at the right times, definitely you could suffer quite a bit. Ferraris come out of the garage, of course, on the soft compound tyre. The tyre compounds this weekend are the C5, C4 and C3, the three softest compounds that Pirelli have, as the red light's still on. At the exit of the pit lane, got quite a few cars waiting at the exit of the pit lane. There is Giampiero Ambiasi, I think his name is. And he's obviously Max Verstappen's race engineer. as ladies there of George Russell. Nowhere near coming out on track as of yet. I think they're still fitting certain parts of the car. They've not even got tyres on the car at the minute, so clearly Mercedes are comfortable to wait a couple minutes before they get out there on the circuit. Max Verstappen, car number 1, waits in the pit lane for us to get going. Should be underway the next few seconds. Don't believe, by the way, there isn't any rain expected. Normally in Singapore it never rains. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, I know we had rain last year, but that was a very unusual race weekend in terms of weather, because again, normally it doesn't rain during Singapore Grand Prix weekends. It does rain in Singapore. I'm not denying that. It definitely does rain in Singapore, but yeah, normally most, if not 90% of Singapore Grand Prix weekends end up being, totally dry. So session has begun, and we're about 40 seconds in. I'll sync up the timer in about 20 seconds. Yeah, Ferrari have got both cars out there. Now, here comes Max Verstappen. Very nice helmet that Max has got on for this race. And there you go. 17 minutes to go in Q1. Let's find out who get through for the second part of qualifying. The teams at risk here are, without a doubt, Williams, AlphaTauri, maybe Alpine, Alfa Romeo as well. I think those are the teams, most likely to see themselves knocked out in Q1. Not necessarily with both cars, but yeah, those are the teams you would expect this weekend to be quite extremely hard just to get through Q2. Currently looking at the McLaren of Lando Norris, who is kind of pushing on his outlap. Cannot wait to see with all of these new upgrades on this particular McLaren of Lando Norris. Cannot wait to see how, in reality, once everyone's now going to show what they truly have. Can't wait to see, where they are with those upgrades, because the potential definitely is quite high if they can get the most out of them. As Lando Norris now comes into the final real corner and begins his first lap in qualifying. That McLaren looking very much lighter compared to what we saw in practice 3. Through turn 1, 2, and 3 he comes. Car looks absolutely fine through there. The best time of the weekend, by the way, 32.0 that we have seen. Pole position, I think, will probably be either a low 1:31 or a late 1 minute 30. That's what we're looking out for in terms of pole position. Obviously, purple first sector for Norris. He's really the only front-running car to have done the first sector. Quicker than Perez in the first sector, which is good to see. At McLaren through the exit of turn 9, looking very, very good. As Verstappen also not as quick as Lando in Sector 1. As Logan Sargent goes quickest, not anymore. Now Kevin Magnussen goes quickest on a 1:33.2, which is a decent first run, I'd say, at least for Haas. Liam Lawson now goes up to second place as Lando Norris is about to complete his first lap of qualifying. Yeah, Lawson is in second with Hulkenberg in third. Lando Norris comes to the line and does a 1:32.5. 0.2 of a second, actually a quarter of a second slower than he went in practice 3. That's not great lap time from Lando. But he is currently in first. Sergio Perez has just gone second for Red Bull. Here comes Max Verstappen, who only goes third on a 1:32.8. Not very good at all from Verstappen. So, yeah, Verstappen in third. Carlos Sainz only goes fourth for Ferrari, as Leclerc goes P1 on a 1:32.5, couple hundredths of a second quicker than Norris, but Ferrari definitely can go a lot quicker than that in a 32.0 in practice 3. Carlos Sainz now down to 6th because Oscar Piastri in the unupdated McLaren has gone up to 5th. So it's Leclerc, Norris, Perez, Verstappen, Piastri, Sainz, Magnussen, Lawson, Hulkenberg, and then Bottas in 10th. And then Joe in 11th. And then Logan Sargent is in 12th place. We've only got 12 lap times on the board so far. 12 minutes to go. Here come the Mercedes cars. What have they got for us? Here in Singapore, George Russell, very good first sector, purple first sector, nearly a 1/10.5 quicker than Leclerc. Hamilton, not quite as quick as his teammate, about 0.5 slower than his teammate. Russell slightly loses the rear end on the exit of turn 8. But other than that, car looks good. Middle sector, see how good that is. The middle sector is the most important sector at this track. And looks very good through turn 14. Well, not turn 14. Sorry. Turn 13. As Russell didn't quite see his middle sector there. I think it is better than Hamilton's. And I think Russell might just be slightly up on Leclerc's best time of a 32.523. As Lance Stroll only goes 11th with his first lap. That's quite poor. As yet, George Russell comes to the line, does a 1:32.4 and goes quickest by 0.5. Again, though, just like Ferrari, Mercedes slower with that lap than they went in practice 3. Lewis Hamilton goes 5th. So, 1st and 5th for Mercedes is a replay of Stroll, and this is probably, yeah, that's why Stroll was so slow, being held up by someone, and he said on the radio, he just completely impeded me, just like right in front of me. And I think that was a Williams. Now, in the final 10 minutes of Q1. As Esteban Ocon starts his first lap in qualifying. And the drivers who have not set a time so far, Ocon, Alonso, Albon, Tsunoda, Gasly. They are all now, though, pretty much on a lap. Ocon does a pretty good first sector. Batching Leclerc through the first sector. Logan Sargent does a good first sector. Alex Albon, slightly better than Sargent through there. Few cars, couple Ferraris and a McLaren moving out the way of Ocon. As Esteban flying through turn 11, 12, now into the hairpin of 13. And, yeah, car looks absolutely fine through there. What's his middle sector like? Not too bad, you know. About 0.3 of a second off over the first 2 sectors. And will probably end up going 7th or 8th at best, will Ocon. So this is a pretty good run, considering Alpine's pace this weekend, from what they've shown. As here comes Ocon to the line, and he goes 8th. Yeah, good run for Ocon, and a good base to build from. As Logan Sargent goes up to 11th place. As Alex Albon, this first lap time, only goes 13th, slower than Sargent. Yuki Tsunoda, great lap, and he goes up to 9th. In the heavily updated AlphaTauri, Nico Hülkenberg improves up to 11th place. In the drop zone now, as Magnussen goes back ahead of Hülkenberg up to 11th. In the drop zone, Bottas, Stroll, Zhou, Alonso, Gasly. Alonso and Gasly, though, have not done a proper lap time. As Zhou has just improved, but has only gone 17th. As here comes Pierre Gasly to the line with a purple final sector, and he goes up to 6th. Much better from Alpine. So, Gasly, if it'll update, there you go. Gasly up to 6th. Lando Norris now does a purple final sector and goes 2nd. 0.005 of a second slower than Russell Max Verstappen to the line. And he now goes quickest by 0.08 of a second. As Liam Lawson improves to 9th. So, right, let me just quickly update a couple of these positions. We've got Alonso up to 6th place. Not anymore, because Carlos Sainz goes quickest for Ferrari by 0.5 a 1:32.3. What can Leclerc do? Leclerc improves up to 3rd, so it's now Sainz in P1, and then Verstappen in 2nd, and Leclerc is 3rd, with Russell 4th, Norris 5th, Perez 6th. Alonso is now in 7th, and then you've got Hamilton 8th, Gasly 9th, and Liam Lawson is in 10th position. Brilliant lap there by the Kiwi. And then you've got Piastri 11th, Ocon in 12th. See a replay. I think that's a replay of Ocon touching the wall, maybe. According to AWS, he was 1 centimeter away from the wall, away from the wall. There you go. Finally. Piastri, yeah, is in 11th, and then it's Ocon 12th, Tsunoda 13th, Magnussen 14th, Hülkenberg 15th, Stroll only improved up to 16th, and then you've got Sargent 17th as Lance Stroll Sargent incident at turn 8 will be investigated after the session for impeding. Logan will get a penalty for that because he was the one impeding. And then, yeah, you got Sargent 17th, Albon 18th, and then Bottas 19th, and Zhou in 20th with just under 5 minutes now to go in Q1. And Williams and Alfa Romeo in big trouble right now. And Haas not looking too great either. But if you're a Ferrari fan, don't panic in terms of your pace compared to the others, because Ferrari have still not matched their best time of the weekend so far. So Ferrari have definitely got more pace in the bag. As Williams will send out their cars by the looks of it in a moment. Everyone now in the pit lane. Everyone now getting new tyres on. Of course, new tyres here in Singapore are so important. The gain is massive with new tyres. as we're looking at here, Joe exiting the pit lane for Alfa Romeo, I believe. And yeah, exited the pit lane slowly, and one of the first cars back out on track, along with the two Williamses, his teammate Bottas, and the pass of Magnussen. Now everyone piling out onto the circuit. Let me know in the chat, guys, who will get eliminated in Q1. Will Lance Stroll fall foul of the cutoff zone? Williams and Alfa Romeo, I think, look pretty likely to get knocked out here, given Williams, with Sargent in 17th, they are 0.4 of a second away from making it out of Q1. So they've got to have a massive gain of lap time here if they're going to get out of Q1. As Williams there, Alex Albon, I think maybe they're overtaking the Alfa Romeo there of Zhou, not quite sure. But yeah, the top few cars, I mean, they're coming out on track, the Ferraris, Red Bulls, Mercedes, McLarens, but I don't think a lot of them really need to be pushing that hard. I think the top 8, 9 are definitely safe from elimination, as everyone now on circuit. Alex Albon, who has had a fantastic season and he's in brilliant form. Can he get through to the second part of qualifying yet again in 2023? Into the final 2 minutes of play in this session. And Albon, here he comes through the final corner. He is now starting his final attempt in Q1. So as Logan Sargent, can Williams get a car into Q2? Something they've been doing a lot more regular in 2023 compared to other years. See what Albon's first sector time is in a moment. Turn 5 there looked good. Got as close to the wall, the exit, as you need to. And here comes Albon. And yeah, very good first sector. 10th.5 up on Hulkenberg. Front end didn't necessarily go into turn 7 though. Zhou has not done a good first sector. It's a personal best first sector, but it's not good enough from Zhou if he's going to get into Q2. As here comes Albon through turn 12 and 13. Very tricky corners and so nearly losing the car. Albon now coming to the middle sector point, and he is nearly 0.3 of a second up on Hulkenberg. And this might just be good enough to get him into Q2 if he has a really good final sector. Here he comes into turn 16, 17. Much faster chicane now than it used to be. And, oh, is he going to have traffic? Not quite, but that would have distracted him slightly as he comes to the line and goes up to 10th place. Will that be enough for Alex Albon? As Zhou only improves up to 19th place. Valtteri Bottas has gone up to 13th for Alfa Romeo. Yuki Tsunoda goes quickest for AlphaTauri on a 1:31.9. What a time from Tsunoda, and Kevin Magnussen goes second. The track evolution is mental as Hulkenberg now goes up to second. Magnussen is in third. Ocon has just gone to 5th place. You got Hulkenberg in second. Magnussen, let me just update, in third. Actually, hold on. Perez is up to 2nd place. Liam Lawson is up to 4th for AlphaTauri. So AlphaTauri have had a great end to qualifying there for now. Magnussen up to as Lance Stroll has had a gigantic accident at the final corner, and he has smashed his car to bits. And that car is very badly damaged. He is okay. He's, moving and all of that, but that is a ginormous accident. And because the session is red flagged and Q1 is now over, that is it for the session. So let me just go through, get the positions correct quickly. So Russell up to 6th. Ocon up to 8th. Then Verstappen 9th. Leclerc 10th. Gasly up to 11th. Norris 12th. Alonso 13th. Hamilton 14th. So, hold on. Let me just... Yeah, there you go. So, that is Q1 over and done with, guys. And on their way into Q2 is Yuki Tsunoda, Sergio Perez, Nico Hulkenberg, Liam Lawson, Kevin Magnussen, George Russell, Carlos Sainz, Esteban Ocon, Max Verstappen, Charles Leclerc, Pierre Gasly, Lando Norris, Fernando Alonso, Lewis Hamilton and Alex Albon. And knocked out of Q1, Valtteri Bottas, the McLaren driver of Oscar Piastri, Logan Sargent, Zhou Guanyu, and Lance Stroll, who we're seeing a replay of now, crashing. And yeah, that was a big impact into the wall on the exit of the final corner. Really went in hard. The reason he spun is because he got too much on the curb. In the final corner, he just went a bit too wide, did Stroll. And the McLaren there of, I don't know who that might have been, maybe Norris, I'm not sure. Very lucky to avoid the tyre that flew off the car after Stroll hit the barrier so hard. Stroll, good to see, getting out of the car. But Lance Stroll, once again, putting in a horrendous performance. 20th and last. That is incredibly poor. Incredibly shit. Rather, I should say. But yeah, this is going to be not necessarily a massive delay. The barrier, to me, looks fine. Maybe they just need to do a slight adjustment to it. But really, what needs to happen here is the car needs to be cleared and the debris needs to be cleared. So yeah, this is going to be a bit of a delay to the beginning of Q2. So, yeah, I'll let you guys know when we know, when the session will be back underway. But that's such a shame for Piastri, that crash happening at that time. And he will start 17th, but at least it'll be interesting to see him fight through the field. But McLaren car that is definitely much faster than 17th. As Logan Sargent, not too bad of a qualifying in the end. In what do you call it, 18th place, but still not quick enough to make it out of Q2. Or out of Q1, sorry. Yeah. What a bad crash that was to end Q1. But yeah, Lance Stroll once again putting in another shocker of a performance. Let's see what you guys have to say on Stroll. Stroll retire now. McLaren from races told you Lance would bin it. Lance needs to retire, says Sudan C. Stroll to tennis. Cruiser SUP supports this. Stroll to Alonso, personal valet. Pretty much. Sudan C says Stroll's dad, Lawrence, needs to put his foot down with some tough love. We've said it on this channel quite a few times, but if Lawrence wants to win in Formula 1, he's got to get rid of his son, because his son is not performing at a level that can see Aston Martin win, a Constructors' Championship if they are in the position to have to be aiming for that in future years. We'll see what happens, but from what we've heard, Stroll is definitely racing for them next year. I have one go to an ad break, but yeah, I will let you know as soon as I do as to when the session will be underway for Q2. But yeah, make sure to post your comments in chat in regards to what's just happened there. What do you think of Lance Stroll and his performances this season and what he's just done there? Be interested to hear what you guys have to say on that. Dayton Cooper says Aston could be a top team without Stroll. De Regara says Vettel, please come back for Suzuka. Lol. He will actually be in Suzuka. Will Seb? What is it? He's doing. What is it he was doing? I don't know if did I tell you guys that Seb has an interest in, is it beekeeping? And apparently, I think he's coming to the Japanese Grand Prix next week to build a hive or something next to the track or around the track, something like that. But yeah, he will be at Suzuka. McLaren from Race says you could see Lance was going to bin it. He was driving angry. In a word, crap. Robert says even Lawrence Stroll can drive better than his son. Yeah, conversations need to be had about Lance Stroll, no doubt about that. And it was, by the way, the McLaren was Norris that did really well to avoid the tyre. Let me just have a look on Twitter to see if there's any other news I can bring you guys quickly. Let me have a look. No, can't see anything really, other than people just talking about what happened there with Lance Stroll. Oh, yeah. Let me know again with Stroll what you thought of his performance there. Just seen as well on Twitter, Chris Medland has just reported that pit lane incident from Q1 involving car 1, Max Verstappen, noted for impeding. So we will keep our eyes on that. No, what do you call it? No word as to if it's under investigation. We'll have to see. But yeah, can't see anything else on Twitter. Yeah, let me know in the chat again your thoughts on what happened there with Stroll, and then once we get word as to when we're probably going to get going, then get into Q2. Cruiser says Stroll ran out of talent. True, ran out of the little talent he had left at that point. Dayton Cooper says no poll. Yeah, I ended the poll before qualifying started. I think probably from the next race on, I'm probably just going to keep the poll running until we get to like the start of Q3. I'll be honest, I forgot to keep it running. So yeah, Crystal Racing says Kimi should return. Sudan C says a conversation's been had, but the boss ain't having it with his partners. Give it to Van Dorn then, or someone I don't know. Upside. Haas have both cars in Q2, says Racing Prodigy. Yeah, that's good to see. And obviously, quickest in Q1, Yuki Tsunoda. Who, yeah, what a brilliant end to the session, not just for Tsunoda, but for AlphaTauri. Astro Steva says this has to be the end of Stroll's career. I mean, realistically, the only way he's going to be let go is because, probably because he wants to leave himself, does Lance. We've heard these rumors that maybe he wants to quit so he can go play tennis instead. Maybe at this point he should, go and play tennis if he's not quite, as focused or as committed. But yeah, still no word as to when we'll be back underway. But I will keep looking at Twitter to see if or when we get a notification for when the session will resume. And also further confirmation from Chris Medland that the pit lane incident involving Max Verstappen that was noted will now be investigated after the session. So we will see what happens with that. But yeah, so now we're seeing a replay of what Max Verstappen did. We stopped at the exit of the pit lane right before the green light, and yeah, he just stopped. And then got going again. I think, to be honest, I think Verstappen could get a penalty for that, and I think, to be honest, he probably deserves a penalty for that because he clearly stopped at the exit of the pit lane. Nobody could overtake him, especially with these fat wide cars, and the others behind him were impeded. So I think there's definitely a case there to give him a penalty. Whether he gets one or not, who knows? But I think there's definitely a good case there for giving Max a penalty because, yeah, definitely impeding. Whether it was enough of an impeding to hamper the sessions of those drivers, again, that'll have to be looked at, so on and so forth. Anyway, Q2 will be getting underway in a few moments' time. Q2, of course, is a 15-minute long session. I'll sync up the timer at the 14-minute mark. Let me just get the dotted line put other place quickly. So there you go. Obviously, anyone in between those two dotted lines, end of Q2 will be out of the session. And yeah, I'll let you know when the session is actually going to get underway properly. And yes, that is Yuki Tsunoda in P1. Obviously helped by going or doing that lap before Stroll crashed. But yeah, it was a fantastic lap, and he would have got through to Q2 anyway with that lap. Of Yuki, because Ocon, Hulkenberg, Lawson, Magnussen And I think a couple others had done their final laps after Sonoda and had not gone as quick. Perez as well. So Sonoda was always, with that lap, going to make it into Q2, no matter what would have happened if Stroll didn't crash. But yeah, once we know when the session will be getting underway, then yeah, we'll let you guys know. Ruxput saying AlphaTauri tweet, wasn't it today? You were supposed to test the new quali format where Q1 sets the race grid. Well, they actually tweeted that, or is that just? Oh yeah, they have. Yeah, yeah, that's probably the next thing on Liberty Media's on their do list. Further ruin qualifying, which is, you know, probably you can argue the best part of Formula One at the moment. Yeah, still no word on when we're getting underway for Q2. As I'm just trying to look at Twitter to see any updates, any news, any whatever. And yeah, can't see anything. I've seen a couple people share their thoughts on the Verstappen pit lane in, impeding incident, which yeah, someone I've just seen on Twitter who I follow saying it's probably a 50-50 case, which is true. Crystal Racing says Alonso loves Stroll's mediocrity inflating his performance. I wouldn't agree with that. Because at the end of the day, what you want as a driver, preferably, if you're going to beat your teammate, preferably you want your teammate to be as great as possible, because that will of course inflate your you know how great you're viewed by the public. I mean, let's be honest, even though Stroll did improve from his first couple years in Formula One, people have always had big doubts about Lance Stroll and his ability, how good he really is. So it's not like, you know, not like he's been a consistent good driver like a Sergio Perez has been during his Formula One career. So yeah, I think in that case I wouldn't say that's true. I think Fernando would prefer, if he cares about that, I think he would prefer a better teammate. See, you know, how good he is, and of course, with the Honda deal at Aston Martin coming into effect in 2026, there are constant rumors that Yuki Tsunoda will be racing for Aston Martin in 2026. Maybe he is the driver to replace Strollers. Race Control just said incident involving several drivers between turn 16 and 19 noted for impeding. They haven't said what cars, they've just said several cars. So look, the stewards are going to be busy after this session. Thankfully, we won't be around all day and night to see the results of that. Yeah, let's hope this session gets underway soon, so I don't want to be waiting forever. Like like we've had a wet session or something with this. You know, how long this delay's been. Um, Vinster says top 10 has a few unexpected. Yeah. I mean, it is Q1. You do get some unexpected Q1 results, but I mean, Q1 results don't really matter, really, except for the bottom 5. I don't think you really get to see what the performance between the teams is really like until Q2 at the earliest, because definitely the top teams, that's when they properly start to push. Can't see anything on Twitter at the minute in terms of updates, and we still are waiting. My guess, the reason we're waiting is because of barrier repairs. That's probably why we're waiting still. Crystal Racing says, I think Tsunoda might sit out 2024 with lack of seats, and if Lawson and Ricciardo are AlphaTauri's 2024 partnership. Yeah, there has actually been rumours that Tsunoda might not be on the grid next season, which is amazing to think, because Tsunoda has had, quite a good season. But yeah, according to some reports, Red Bull are a bit keener on Lawson and Ricciardo as a driver lineup rather than, as I'm just seeing now, an on board from Max Verstappen of the proposed impeding. And yeah, quite a bit there to investigate. There's lots of cars, I think, maybe possibly being impeded, but that's a lot of stuff that needs analysing, really. So yeah, that's going to take a while, I think, to sort out that case with so many drivers going past those slow cars on the entry to the turn 18, which is the final real corner. Yeah, in Singapore. Yeah, we'll see what the results of that are. But what was I going to say? Yeah, those rumors about Tsunoda have come up. I did hear from a journalist who is FIA accredited and has been. I don't know if he still is in the paddock, reporting, race by race, but he used to be quite a bit. He's a guy called Sergio Rodriguez. Not sure if any of you have heard of him before, but I'm pretty sure he is, FIA accredited and is quite a good journalist. But he did a tweet a few days ago where he seemingly was insinuating that Tsunoda might be actually off to maybe Williams for 2024. Now, if Williams can secure that driver lineup for next year of Albon and Tsunoda, that would be such a good lineup. Not sure, though, if that is actually true. So I can't speak to the how likely that is to happen. I don't know, to be honest. But yeah, if Tsunoda's not on the grid next year, he will definitely be on the grid, I think, in 2025. No doubt about that. Crystal Racing says Vettel should definitely come back, better than Joe Bottas, Sargent Stroll, maybe Ricciardo. At the end of the day with Seb, I don't think he should be under, pressure to come back. If he wants to come back, great. But if not, then yeah. Then hopefully has a happy retirement. I think I've said this before, but I don't actually think that I don't think he will come back. I think he, has work going on at the Williams of is that Alex Albon or Logan Sargent? It's Logan Sargent, I'm pretty sure. Just having his car basically took apart in preparation for the race tomorrow. Um, yeah, with Sebastian Vettel, he seems to me to be pretty content with the career he's had, and if he never races again, then I think he's pretty happy with what he's done. Plus, he has a new passion, I think now, and a new goal, which is the carbon zero stuff. And of course, we know how much he supported that and involved in that. And I think that's what he wants to focus on. I mean, maybe occasionally he'll come and do a drive of a car that he has previously driven, like he did with the Red Bull car at the Nürburgring, where he drove, I think it's 2011 Red Bull car at the Nürburgring. I mean, occasionally he'll probably do that. As, by the way, I've just seen on the broadcast, yeah, they are still repairing the barrier, so that's why we've got this delay. Unfortunately, their problem, not mine. Yeah, what do you call it? Yeah, I think that's what he wants to do. I mean, he said never say never to Martin Brundle in an interview that he did at the Nürburgring after that little drive, where I think what was it, David Coulthard joined him as well, and it was like a Red Bull event around the Nordschleife. But yeah, never say never. Maybe the burning desire will come back at some point to to race, but I think if it doesn't, I don't think he'll care, to be honest. I think he's pretty happy with what he's got in life now, and I think he's got quite a bit to do away from Formula One. So yeah, I don't think he will come back. I mean, would it be great if he came back? Yeah. He's obviously good enough to be on the grid if he returns at the same level that he was at in 2022. But yeah, I don't think we should really be focusing on it too much. I mean, in terms of, the big rumor is him possibly racing for Audi in 2026. Audi are not going to confirm their lineup for that year, probably until mid 2025 at the earliest. So who knows, at this point, what they're going to decide to do with that. But yeah, I think he's happy with what he's doing. I think we could see him though come back to Formula One in a management position, maybe say similar to what Niki Lauda or Helmut Marko do, but for maybe just some other team, maybe Ferrari, maybe Aston Martin or Audi, in terms of managing, I guess, the operation, like a sporting director or something like that, or maybe even, in the future, team principal. But I could absolutely see him taking up a management position and an F1 team. Rooksfoot just posting that the F1 site has said, quote, still no start time for Q2, by the way. Those barrier repairs taken some time, but the FIA need to make sure they are completely fixed before allowing cars back onto the track. Yeah, that is a good reason why we've got the delay. There's no point taking unnecessary risks. Just saw a comment from Sudan C saying Vettel to the FIA. I don't think he'd go to the FIA and work for them. I think the FIA is F1 is a political sport. As there you go, Q2 will start. They've just said in 4 minutes' time. So there you go, 4 minutes' time, we will be underway for qualifying 2. Yeah, F1 is a political sport. A lot of the teams are very political, but the FIA is definitely quite a bit more political than the teams are. So I don't think he would be very keen on that. And yeah, like a role that Nicky Lauda had or that Helmut Marko has now. I think that's what he would be best at as a management uh position. This is showing a further replay of the Verstappen impeding incident, which definitely could turn out later to be a penalty. Viewers have said it will be investigated after the session. So, yeah. Just showing the team radio replay from that moment. Yeah. We'll have to see what the stewards think of it. It's not a clear cut case, but there's definitely a case there for a penalty. No doubt about it. McLaren, pretty much ready. And Lando Norris, the sole McLaren, remaining in this session, back out onto the circuit. Red Bull, both cars in play. Happen. Obviously, looking not to do that again. So he doesn't, he doesn't, what do you call it, possibly get himself in more trouble than he really needs to. Q2 starting in just 1 minute from now. And one final thing I will quickly say is for everybody watching, if you have not hit the like button yet, make sure to do so. Currently on 90 likes. Let's try and get up to 100 if we can in the next, say, 15 minutes. So again, if you haven't hit the like button yet, make sure to do so. It does, of course, help the channel in terms of growth. Helps in the algorithm. And it, again, shows me that you guys actually enjoy the content that I put out. Which in turn helps me. Yeah. Session in a few moments will be getting officially underway as the Red Bulls now come out onto the circuit, or are they just going to the end of the pit lane? Just going to the end of the pit lane. I will get the timer on screen, as I said a few minutes ago, at the 14-minute mark. Of course, Q2 is a 15-minute long session. The Ferrari is now released from the garage. So is the McLaren of Lando Norris. That orange on the McLaren looks incredibly bright, I have to say, under the lights here in Singapore. Red lights still on at the exit of the pit lane. And there you go. Session underway, Q2. What surprises may lie ahead? Very tricky. Second part of qualifying. Verstappen this time doesn't impede. And given that, I mean, really, with how the tyres, especially with how soft these tyres are, how much they wear out during a lap around here, you don't want to be doing, 2 push laps on the same compound. So you're only going to get, really, in this session, probably, 2, maybe 3 runs at most in Q2. Ferrari's now on track as well. And there you go. 14 minutes left in Q2. Carlos Sainz coming into the braking zone of turn 7 on his outlap. And yes, Sainz still looking in great form. Definitely, so far, looks like a different driver after the Italian Grand Prix. Really roared back into the Carlos Sainz we all loved from a couple years ago. The two Mercedes still in the pit lane. Lando Norris here, just exiting turn 13. And also giving his hands a stretch, which is unusual to see whilst driving. There was one driver, I think it was Jarno Trulli, that before a race start used to do all kinds of hand stretches. Which, yeah, normally drivers, you know, try to keep themselves nice and chill and relaxed. But Max Verstappen has now begun his first lap in Q2. First lap time of the weekend so far is a 1:31.9 from Yuki Tsunoda in Q2. Let's see who can beat that in this session. Max Verstappen does a 27.2 for the first sector, which is good, but it's not great. Not anything amazing. And yeah, it's already been beaten at first sector time by, I think, possibly Sergio Perez. But actually, no, it's been beaten by Kevin Magnussen in the Haas. Now been beaten by somebody else. Verstappen on this lap, the car looks not maybe as amazing as you'd expect the Red Bull to look, but it looks good. No doubt about that. Verstappen completing the middle sector, and we're now get into the first lap times of Q2 as Magnussen goes quicker than Verstappen in the middle sector as well. So this is not a good lap for Max Verstappen. Here he comes through the final corner and does a 1:32.3, and that is not a good lap time. That is, yeah, quite a bit slower than I expected him to go. As here comes Kevin Magnussen, who goes a 1/10.5 quicker and does a 1:32.1. As Sergio Perez only goes third. What was wrong with Red Bull? Why so slow? Guess we'll find out soon as Nico Hülkenberg goes fourth. Lando Norris does a 1:31.9 and goes quickest for the Macca team. As Carlos Sainz now goes quickest on a 1:31.8. As Leclerc up to third for Ferrari on a 32.1. Alonso, he now goes quickest for Aston Martin by 0.5. Brilliant lap by Fernando Alonso. Alonso in P1 from Sainz second, Norris third. Then it will be Leclerc in fourth place. Is a replay of Sergio Perez straddling the curb on the exit turn 7. That's, yeah, definitely not good. That wouldn't have cost him, though, that much lap time. Probably only a few hundredths. Esteban Ocon goes up to 6th place ahead of both Red Bulls. Red Bull 7th and 8th now as Liam Lawson up to 10th place. Here comes Pierre Gasly with his first lap time of the session, who goes 7th. So 6th and 7th for the moment for Alpine. Looking good at the minute. Here comes Yuki Tsunoda, who clearly has made a mistake and now coming into the pit lane. So he will stay without a lap time as the two Mercedes cars are on track on an outlap. Alex Albon has not done a good lap and is in P12. But is 1.2 seconds slower than Lawson in 11th. So yeah, Albon has done a poor lap time there. But let's see what the Mercedes cars have for us, as George Russell looks very good through turn 1, 2, and 3. And yeah, we are still, in my view, quite a bit away from, I think, really what you'll see pole position be in terms of lap time, which is, I think, still low 131. We're still not really there, as Russell, purple first sector, nearly a tenth and a half up on Alonso. Hamilton set to complete the first sector in a moment. And Hamilton does the exact same first sector time as Fernando Alonso. Russell, slight bit of understeer there through turn 10. Front end does seem to be washing out slightly on this Mercedes. How pace be in the middle sector. Here comes Russell. And they've changed the comparison now to Hulkenberg, because of course Russell is in the drop zone. Good middle sector for Russell, but I'm not sure how good it is compared to Alonso. We'll find out in about 10 seconds time. He comes through the turn 16-17 chicane. Hamilton has not done a very good middle sector compared to his teammate. Here comes George Russell, who goes quickest by a tenth of a second. What a lap by Mr. Saturday. There's a 1:31.7. Here comes Lewis Hamilton. What does he do? It's a 1:32.0, and that puts Sergio Perez in the drop zone and puts Hamilton up to 5th place. There you go. That is your current order, with nearly 6.5 minutes to go in Q2. Is a replay of Yuki Tsunoda being held up, I believe, by a Red Bull of, I think that was Max Verstappen in the Red Bull that was possibly holding him up there. Might be wrong on that, but it looked like Verstappen to me because I couldn't see the yellow on the T-bar on the top of the car, which normally indicates who is what driver. Tsunoda at the moment in 15th. But Russell, yeah, quickest on a 1:31.7. Alonso 10th behind. Carlos Sainz 10th and a half behind. Well, really, from that, or those first runs, really the biggest headline is Red Bull. Why so slow? 1:32.3. That is, I think, slightly... It's not actually slightly quicker, because Sergio Perez was a tenth off Tsunoda in Q1, so they're about 0.3 of a second slower than their best time in qualifying with that run. So Red Bull could definitely go quicker, but I just don't understand why they didn't have any pace in that first run. Verstappen is only into Q3 at the minute by 0.003 of a second is he ahead of Sergio Perez. So, Red Bull, they better hope there isn't a red flag or a yellow flag at the wrong time at the end of this session, because they could be really seriously caught out here. As turn 4 incident involving Verstappen and Tsunoda noted for impeding. So Verstappen noted for impeding with 2 separate incidents now. That's not going to help his cause. And he very well could get a penalty for tomorrow's race, given the instances I've seen. I mean, that instance with Tsunoda, I think you could very well argue that that is clear impeding and that Max should get a penalty. So, yeah. Find out, of course, after qualifying how that all plays out. As the Red Bulls now come out of the garage. So do the Alpines. And basically everyone now coming out of the garage for the final run in Q2. Can Red Bull get both cars into Q3? Who thought I'd be saying that this weekend? What can Hulkenberg, Lawson, Albon, and Tsunoda do to get into Q3 here in Singapore? Before we get into that, though, let me just have a quick sip of water, and then we'll get into the rest of this session. So we're just seeing a replay of a close call there with Red Bull and Ferrari. And maybe another incident involving Verstappen will be noted by the stewards, because that possibly is an unsafe release. All going wrong for Red Bull this weekend. And well, that is, isn't it, the challenge of trying to win. And yeah, Verstappen and Tsunoda incident of impeding will be investigated after the session, the stewards have just said. So yeah, plenty of work the stewards will be doing. Going into the very late evening and early morning in Singapore. I'm gonna say, yeah, when you're trying to win every race in a season, this is the challenge of trying to do that. Eventually, there will be one weekend where seemingly everything is not going to plan. Can they overcome that to get that race win still? That is the challenge that is ahead of them. Let's see if Red Bull faces up to it. As Max Verstappen exiting turn 14 now, and he will be starting that final lap in a few seconds' time, as there is engineer on the pit wall looking concerned as ever. Also, before we get to these final runs, shout out to Kevin Magnussen up in 7th place. Brilliant from Magnussen. Great to see him seemingly performing a lot better. We've seen most times in qualifying in 2023, as Max Verstappen now begins in a moment, as he now comes to the final corner. He now begins his final run in Q3, and I can't believe I'm going to say it, but will he make it into Q3? Let's see. Comes through turn 1, 2, and 3 now, and oh, the rear end steps out, and he ran quite wide through turn 3, and that would have cost him probably a 1/10.5, maybe even more, through that corner, as Max Verstappen comes to the first sector. And he has not improved his first sector. He's going to have a brilliant middle and final sector if he's going to make it into Q3. As all the rear end stepping out slightly on the exit of turn 8. Verstappen on the absolute edge here. But can he still drag it into Q3? As all the Red Bull still on the exit of turn 10 moving around. And they still haven't fixed those issues. As all yellow flag in Sector 1, will that save Max Verstappen's day? And it's Sergio Perez, who just has spun at turn 3 as Kevin Magnussen goes 3rd. For the Haas F1 team, Perez has spun. He's got going again, so there won't be a red flag or anything. So Perez is out in Q2. Can Verstappen get into Q3 as Hulkenberg goes up to 6th? Here comes Verstappen, who only goes 10th. Will that be enough? I'm not sure it will, as Gasly in the drop zone is improving, but only goes 11th. Here comes Yuki Tsunoda in 15th. No, Tsunoda's clearly made a mistake. He's backed off. Here comes Liam Lawson. Will he knock Verstappen out? Yes, he does! Liam Lawson gets into the top 10 and has knocked Max Verstappen out in Q2. Oh my goodness. Carlos Sainz goes quickest with a 1:31.4. What a time by Sainz. But I think, guys, that is Q2 over and done with, as Leclerc just goes up to 7th, as Max says on the radio. I don't know if you saw that, but that was fucking shocking. Absolutely shocking experience. And yeah, it looked pretty shocking. Let me just wait for everyone to meet the checkered flag. Alex Albon only goes 14th. Both Red Bulls out in Q2. Rub your eyes, guys, because, well, we just need to make sure that that is actually true. And yes, it is. They are both out in Q2. 11th and 13th for Red Bull. And Liam Lawson is the highest placed Red Bull driver, if that makes any sense, given that obviously Red Bull own AlphaTauri, in qualifying in Singapore. Who honestly expected that? Liam Lawson, get him in that AlphaTauri. He absolutely deserves it, and he is absolutely good enough for Formula One. So, that's Q2 over and done with. Let's get into who has made it, as Max Verstappen looks like he's storming out of that Red Bull and looks absolutely fucked right off. And yeah, he is not happy. He is quite mad. I can tell with the way he's walking. He is really unhappy. Anyway, Q2 over and done with. This is who is into Q3. Carlos Sainz, George Russell, Fernando Alonso, Kevin Magnussen, Lando Norris, Nico Hulkenberg, both Haas's making it through. What a job by them. Charles Leclerc, Lewis Hamilton, Esteban Ocon, great job by Ocon. And Liam Lawson, for the first time in his Formula One career, qualifies in the top 10. And knocked out, guys, in Q2, Max Verstappen, Pierre Gasly, Sergio Perez, Alex Albon, and Yuki Tsunoda. Oh my fucking god. That was incredible. I actually can't believe that's just happened. But we saw it, didn't we? As soon as he made that mistake in turn 3, the lap just fell apart. And he improved on that lap, but it wasn't enough. And Liam Lawson outqualified him by, I think, 7 thousandths of a second at the end of Q2 there. Just incredible. Absolutely incredible. And, well, put it this way. If Red Bull win yet again tomorrow, and Max takes his 11th win in a row, then fair fucking play. Fair play. Because to win in Singapore in what is going to be a dry race tomorrow from 11th on the grid, I mean, it could be harder, obviously starting from last position, but again, fair play if they win from there, because that would be something just out of this world. So, now that the 2 Red Bulls are out, guys, who do you think's taking pole position? Will it be Sainz? Will it be Leclerc, Hamilton, Russell, Alonso, Norris? Who takes pole around the streets of Marina Bay? Let me know in the live chat right now. I want to hear from you guys. As, yeah, I'll let you know when Q3 gets underway. Of course, Q3, 12-minute long session. I'll sync up the timer at the 11-minute mark. It's just a replay there of Sergio Perez when I was seeing on the broadcast of his spin. Ran a slight bit wide into the exit of turn 1 into 2. And then he just carried way too much speed into turn 3. Locked up and then spun. Yeah, so, yeah, he just went way too deep. And I think the rear end was also, I think you could probably feel it. It was starting to step out. And yeah, Verstappen pissed off the high heavens. But, hey, all good runs and dominance must come to an end eventually. As just seen, Charles Leclerc has been noted for failing to slow under yellow flags at turn 3 when Perez spun. If they can prove that he did not slow down for the yellows, I think he's in trouble there, because the stewards are rightfully very, they do tend to punish drivers quite hard for that. And plus, as well, you have to remember, guys, Max Verstappen is qualified 11th, and he's under investigation for 2 separate incidents of impeding. So if he's found guilty for both, he could start 16th, 17th on the grid. So it could get worse yet. So, yeah, don't leave this story, because this could get worse. Yeah, I can't believe what we've just seen here. Cannot believe it. We knew that Red Bull was struggling, but both cars out in Q2, that has got to be the shock of the season. As some of the cars are now waiting at the exit of the pit lane. And Q3 will be underway in a few seconds' time. First 2 cars will be the Haas's, who ended up 4th and 6th in Q2. What will they do now in the top 10 shootout? We're about to find out. Fernando Alonso is the next car after the 2 Haas's, and then you've got Sainz in the Ferrari. Yeah, Liam Lawson. What a guy. What a guy. I mean, Liam's only what? He's the youngest driver on the grid. He's what? 20... I think he's 21 years old, is Liam Lawson. See what he's done here around, again, he's never raced here in Singapore before. It's not like he has good form from the past. To do what he has done is truly incredible, and it is one of the performances of the year without a doubt. And like I said, get him in that car. I don't care who has to be dropped. Get him in that car. He absolutely deserves to be in that car, does Lawson. There you go. 11 minutes now, guys, to go in Q3 and in qualifying. Who will take pole position? Will it be Ferrari, Mercedes, Aston Martin or McLaren? Of course, Red Bull cannot get pole. And now we're about to find out what F1 would be like without Red Bull. As Lewis Hamilton just coming out of the pits. Mercedes cars have tended to be the ones released onto the track the latest out of the other teams. Mercedes clearly have a slightly different run plan. Just at the 2 Mercedes cars of Russell and Hamilton. Into now the final 10 minutes of qualifying. I cannot wait to see what goes down here. Cannot wait to see. And I think we are in for another classic fight. Pole position. This man on the broadcast and on my screen as well, Carlos Sainz, had 4 career pole positions. Can he get his 5th? His 2nd pole in a row. As all Sainz looks like he was trying to overtake the McLaren of Norris there into turn 16, but Lando slammed the door shut. Now Sainz will back off. And now get his lap going. He was quickest in Q2. Can he get the all-important, though, pole position in Q3? He did a 1:31.3, I think it was, in Q2. Like I said, I think pole position is probably going to be a 1:31.0, 1:31.1. maybe a late 1 minute 30 at best. Let's see if Sainz can get as good as that on this lap. The first sector, he does a 26.8. That is to me, that's a very good first sector. But it's not even the best first sector we've seen so far in this session. As Carlos Sainz looking absolutely fantastic through turn 9 into turn 10. Handling looks absolutely fine. Lando Norris is the man, by the way, who's done the purple first sector. As Kevin Magnussen sets the first lap time of Q3 and goes quickest on a 1:32.3, which is not too bad of a lap time at all. Hulkenberg goes second. 10th and a half slower. Carlos Sainz does a purple middle sector. Fernando Alonso goes quickest, but it's slower than he's been before on a 32.1. Lando Norris does a 1:31.5. But surely that is not good enough, and no, it's not, because Carlos Sainz, by nearly 0.4 of a second, puts it onto provisional pole position with a 1 minute 31.1. Leclerc goes second on a 1:31.4. What a lap by Carlos Sainz. George Russell has done a purple first sector, but he's not done a purple middle sector. As Esteban Ocon is now up to 7th. The two Mercedes, the last two to complete their first runs in Q3. Here comes Russell. Can he take pole? For now, comes to the line. No, he's nowhere near. And he ends up in 4th place. Nearly 0.7 of a second slower as Lewis Hamilton goes up to 5th place and is about 0.1 of a second slower than his teammates. So Mercedes in 4th and 5th. With 6.5 minutes to go, Carlos Sainz is on provisional pole by 1/4 of a second. And if he can get another 1/10.5, 0.2 of a second out of that car in the final run, then that should be, in my view, good enough for pole position. So, yeah, brilliant job by Sainz so far. See whether he can deliver another great lap at the end. Leclerc looking better with that second, or not second run, that first run in Q3. And at the moment, Ferrari front row, you can't ask for more as a team. Norris in 3rd. Good effort. Very good effort. And to be, 0.3 of a second nearly quicker than Mercedes, that is very good for McLaren. Mercedes, I think, can do better. I think, what was Mercedes' best time in Q2? It was, I think, was it a 31.7? And there it was a 31.8. So, yeah, Mercedes and Aston Martin can definitely go quicker in this final run. So don't count Mercedes and Aston Martin out just yet, because they can definitely improve. Haas, 7th and 8th, I think they can improve as well. Their lap time in Q3 so far, not as good as what they did in Q2. Also, we'll see what Ocon and Lawson can do, as Ferrari are going to send their cars out, by the looks of it, straight away, as we've got nearly 4.5 minutes to go in qualifying. And, well, going into this final run, I think Carlos Sainz will take pole. And Ferrari, most likely, if Leclerc can put in a good final run, I think we'll take the front row here. But you just never know. And it's this close between so many teams who, can theoretically take pole position. As the two Ferraris come out of the garage, and they will both have one final crack to secure pole position for tomorrow's Singapore Grand Prix. The best position, of course, to start, especially around a street circuit. Alonso, Magnussen, and Hulkenberg already on the track. Norris now coming out of the pits, and Mercedes are probably going to send their cars out last yet again. Let's just hope, their point of view, that they can get more out of the car that definitely is there, you would think, for Mercedes. There is Fred Vasseur, who definitely has started to turn this team around. Ferrari much better now than they were at the start of the year. And definitely hope increasing amongst the Scuderia and the Tifosi, as the Tifosi part of them. In the grandstands I just saw there on the broadcast, here is Lando Norris just coming onto the straight of, I think, Raffles Boulevard, going towards turn 7. So, yeah. I'll let you know, of course, when we get the final runs in Q3 underway. The two Mercedes are now, only just now, coming out onto track. So they will have slightly better grip, and the track evolution will obviously help them quite a bit more, because they're about a minute and a half, if not a minute and 45 seconds behind the Ferraris in, starting the outlap. We're looking at here Leclerc just coming through down the final DRS straight / zone into turn 14, the beginning of the final sector. And the first car to start a lap, I think, will probably be, and it is, I was about to say, the Haas team, and it is the Haas of Kevin Magnussen. Currently, Haas locking out the 4th row of the grid. What a qualifying that would be, as Hulkenberg now starts his final run. And yeah, Russell, nearly 90 seconds to go, only just coming through turn 11, 12, and 13. So, still got a decent amount of time to get his final run started and finished. As here comes now the Ferrari of Carlos Sainz, and now the McLaren of Lando Norris to start their final runs in qualifying. Will Sainz take pole for the 2nd race in a row? Let's find out. As Carlos Sainz, so far on this lap, has done he's looked pretty good. And he's done a brilliant first sector, a 10th better than he managed before. What's Norris's first sector like? It's good, but it's not good enough if he's going to get pole position. As Sainz already heading now into turn 10. Charles Leclerc's first sector, basically the same as Lando Norris's. So that is going to be a very close fight between those two. As Carlos Sainz exiting turn 13, Magnussen improves all the way up to 4th place. What a improvement there, as Carlos Sainz does not improve his middle sector, but it's still up overall on the best middle sector he has done. Lando Norris only 600ths off Sainz after the first 2 sectors, as Hulkenberg goes 6th. Alonso goes 5th and is out-qualified by the Haas of Magnussen. Here comes Carlos Sainz. Can he secure pole? Yes, I think he can. A 1 minute 30.9. Surely that can't be beat. Here comes his ex-teammate Lando Norris, who goes 2nd, nearly 0.3 of a second down. Here comes Leclerc, who's done a purple middle sector and goes 2nd and secures for now a Ferrari front row. But Russell has now done a purple middle sector. Can Mercedes snatch pole at the death with Esteban Ocon? What an improvement for him. He goes up to 6th place. George Russell now through the final corner. What can he do? It's 2nd on the grid for Russell, 700ths of a second down on Carlos Sainz, and Lewis Hamilton now comes to the line and only goes up to 5th place. Wow, what a session. And there you go, qualifying over and done with in Singapore, and this is definitely one we will always remember. Carlos Sainz, for the second race in a row, takes pole position in Formula 1, and it is his 5th pole in his Formula 1 career. 130.9. In the end, he was just too good for the rest. George Russell second. What a lap by Russell to get onto the front row. Leclerc third. Norris 4th. Hamilton 5th. Hamilton will be disappointed. 4/10 of a second. Nearly 4.5 tenths of a second. Slower than Russell. Kevin Magnussen 6th on the grid. Nearly, if he was a 10th of a second quicker, he would have outdone Lewis Hamilton there. What a lap by Magnussen. Great to see him back to his best. Fernando Alonso 7th. In the end, Aston Martin just didn't have good enough pace. Ocon in 8th. Hulkenberg 9th. And Liam Lawson 10th. And the rest of the grid will be, provisionally, for the moment, Verstappen 11th. Gasly 12th. Perez 13th. Albon 14th. Tsunoda 15th. Bottas 16th. Piastri 17th. Sargent 18th. Zhou 19th. And Lance Stroll last. Wow. I've got to have a drink after that. That was incredible. And my mouth is so dry after that. I think that could arguably be, you could definitely argue that that is the best qualifying session of the season. That is, theoretically, if we didn't have Red Bull in Formula 1, that's what we'd be missing out on. But, yeah. At the end of the day, Red Bull were too slow, and the others too good. Ferrari especially too good. And that is Ferrari's 3rd consecutive pole in Singapore. They've taken now pole at the Singapore Grand Prix for the 5th time in the last 7 races here. Ferrari clearly love this place. Yeah, brilliant. Again, brilliant effort by George Russell. Not just getting on the front row, but he has absolutely hammered his teammate there in qualifying. Dunking nearly 4.5 tenths on his head. That's a special lap by George Russell. Absolutely. Anyway, that's qualifying, guys. Let's get into some reaction. Not going to stick around for ages because I have been live for 5 hours and nearly 20 minutes. But let me just set up a poll in the chat to ask you guys, who is your driver of the day for qualifying? And I think there's a pretty clear 4 options for driver of the day, for me at least. Who do you think is driver of the day for qualifying, if I can bloody spell, for qualifying at the Singapore GP? And the options will be Carlos Sainz, George Russell, Kevin Magnussen, and Liam Lawson. Those will be the options for driver of the day. Who am I going to go for, though? It's hard to say. There's so many great performances out there. Not just Sainz, Russell, Magnussen, Lawson, but also Ocon, I thought was a good performance. Who else? I'm trying to think, actually. Who else did I say who had a good performance? I mean, Leclerc, yeah, to a degree. Norris, I guess. Maybe you could say Hulkenberg as well. But yeah, my driver of the day. God, it's so hard. It is, for me, it's between Sainz and Russell as to who is driver of the day. I think I'm going to have to go for George Russell, just about. Because Mercedes were not as quick as Ferrari today, yet he's still, when it was so tough to do so, he still put himself on the front row. So yeah, George Russell, my driver of the day. And by the way, I've got to say it again, it is so great to see him back to the form that we saw from him last year, and the George Russell that we all know and love. Yeah, let me know either in the chat or in the live poll. Who is your driver of the day for qualifying here? But yeah, what a session. I am already absolutely exhausted from that. That was incredible. Michael Gideon says it has to be Lawson. He knocked out Verstappen. Again, it is really tough to say. I think if you went for any of those four, you know, Sainz, Russell, Magnussen, Lawson, I think if you went for any of those four, I can understand why. It's really close, but I have to give it to Russell just about, because I think, yeah, that was a really special lap. Not just out qualifying Leclerc by, I think it was 700ths of a second in the end, to get on the front row despite Ferrari, despite Ferrari having the faster car. Yeah, not just that, but to outqualify Lewis Hamilton in Singapore by nearly half a second, that is an unbelievable performance. Unbelievable performance. I mean, nobody, I don't think ever, has been able to outqualify Hamilton here in Singapore except for Nico Rosberg, who did it, I think, in 2016. I think did Rosberg in 2013 as well. So, it's a very hard thing to do. This is one of Lewis's best tracks normally. So, yeah, it has to be for me just about George Russell. Trying to see on Twitter if there's any news. I have seen a couple people speculating that what do you call it? That is Red Bull's performance? Is it down to the new technical directive? I don't think we have enough evidence yet to suggest that it is. Singapore can be a bit of a weird track for some teams. I mean, remember Mercedes back in 2015? They dominated that season, but then at Singapore, suddenly they looked like they were closer to a midfield team than a team that could win races. They were on the third row and they ended up, was it like a second or more slower than Vettel, who was on pole? So let's just, let's hold our horses before anyone starts with that, because again, we don't have enough evidence to really know if, that is truly the reason. And yeah. Also, it'll be an interesting front row tomorrow because, of course, Sainz and Russell do have history. Collided at turn 1 in Texas last year. Obviously, Carlos started on pole position. So, let's just hope for no shenanigans into turn 1, because Ferrari and Mercedes could legitimately win tomorrow. And don't want to be the one who costs the team possibly the only chance of victory this season. So let's hope they're all well behaved into turn 1 and just on the first lap in general. Dan C says, I'm also waiting to hear if Verstappen will get a penalty for stopping in the pit lane and blocking by staying on the racing line. Yeah, we'll see on that. I don't think we'll hear a I don't think we'll hear any, decision in regards to that until probably, I don't know, 2 or 3 hours from now. So yeah, we'll see what comes of that. Michael Gideon says we're actually going to have a real fight in the race. Verstappen will come through the field and it will be a great battle between the Ferraris and Russell. Absolutely. Plus, of course, Lewis Hamilton, Lando Norris, Alonso, I'm sure will make progress from 7th. And then, of course, you got the Red Bulls. Oscar Piastri, remember, 17th. I'm sure he'll make a lot of progress. So make sure you come along for tomorrow's race because we are in for, surely, a classic Singapore Grand Prix. It is going to be very, very good, I feel. But, see what you guys are saying quick. Willifon Gaming says Alonso had more pace than he showed, to be honest. Let me just look what the overall lap times were in the end from qualifying. I know his first run definitely was slower than what he did in Q2. Curious to see what his best run in the end was. So Alonso, oh no, it's not showing. That's fine. Not showing on the live timing what the best times actually are. Right. Hold on. So Alonso did a 1:31.6. And in qualifying 2, he did a 1:31.8. McLaren, they improved by about 7/10 compared to Q2. Leclerc improved by about a second nearly. Russell improved by about 7/10. Sainz improved by about half a second. Yeah, I think Alonso could have done better than a 31.6. I think Alonso, at best, probably could have put it in 5th place ahead of Hamilton. So, yeah, I think there's definitely more there from the Aston Martin. But we know Fernando, he's not at his best in qualifying. Will Paul Chair make it to F1? Doesn't feel like it, says Crystal Racing. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think he. Well, I think he will eventually, but he's not going to for 2024. But he will eventually, especially if he wins the F2 title. I don't think Zhou is going to show anything. I don't think he's going to show anything next year that will be able to keep him around for 2025. Surely not. McLaren from races. Everyone wants Ferrari to do well. Shake off their inner clownness. Astro Steve saying Lawson respect. Sonoda too, actually. Plus cheering on Ricciardo. So yeah, torn out. What time is it? I think I'll probably, I don't know, I'll read like 2-3 more comments, I reckon, and then we'll come to the end of the stream again. I've been live nearly for 5.5 hours, so I don't want to be going too long here. I will admit as well, during Q3, physically, I was not feeling too great. I was feeling a bit sick. I've not had a ton of sleep. Still, I've had a few hours. I've not had like 2 hours or whatever. I've had a bit more than that, but yeah, I'm not physically feeling at my absolute best. G Walker says, looking forward to tomorrow for sure. It's touchy, always over there in the Ferrari team for sure. I'll push them tomorrow, or push for them tomorrow. Toto is a tosser. Just learnt that term as I studied British. Yeah, it's not a term that gets used as much as it used to. Let's say 20 years ago, but yeah, absolutely. The term Yeah, Toto can be definitely one. His comment back in Italy of, when he was asked about Max Verstappen breaking the most wins in a row record, I think his comments were very crybaby-ish, I have to say. Him saying, well, those are just Wikipedia numbers. Nobody looks at them anyway. Again, that's just such a crybaby comment. Because, at the end of the day, everyone's stats are just Wikipedia numbers. McLaren from Racers, thank you, Chazza, for your great commentary once again. You're the F1 GOAT, dude. Thank you very much for that. Patrick says, I don't think Max will win tomorrow. Yeah, I don't think he will. We've had 100%, or we do have 100% record of safety cars here in Singapore. So there will be a safety car at some point. If it comes at the right time, I think maybe Verstappen can get onto the podium. But, yeah, even that is going to be difficult, especially considering the reason Red Bull are low down on the grid, it's not because of bad luck. It's because genuinely their car is not handling well. And yeah, I think I'll leave it there. Comments. And yeah, thank you guys so much, of course, as always. Let me just finish up this poll in the chat where I asked you guys, who do you think is driver of the day for qualifying at the Singapore Grand Prix? 57 votes in total. And you guys quite clearly voted for Carlos Sainz as the driver of the day. Liam Lawson in second with 22% of the vote. George Russell third. I'm surprised by that. And then Kevin Magnussen in fourth. Again, massive thank you to you guys and you guys coming along as always. Let me just quickly touch on tomorrow and what the plan is. So of course tomorrow will be the race preview and race watch along. I will be joined by my co-commentator Niblo for the race, so make sure to join us for that. We'll be live, or I'll be live from 11 a.m. UK time for firstly the race preview, and then about half an hour before the race, of course, Nib normally joins, and then we'll get into the race itself. So yeah, make sure to join us from 11 a.m. UK time tomorrow. That's 2 hours before the race starts at the Marina Bay circuit. And then there will not be a Monday stream, of course, because it is a back-to-back here in the calendar, the F1 calendar. And then the next stream after tomorrow will be on Thursday, the Japanese Grand Prix weekend preview, live at 8 p.m. UK time for that. But guys, thank you so much for coming along to to today's stream. And yeah, hopefully you guys can come around tomorrow. Before you go, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we are constantly doing, watch-alongs, reviews, previews, all of that stuff. It is covering what's going on in Formula 1. Make sure to smash the like button if you haven't already before you go. Of course, it does help the channel and the algorithm. And if you want to keep up with content on this channel, make sure to follow me on Twitter if you have a Twitter account at ChazHD5. It's my @ and the account name is ChazHD. And then on Discord, if you want to join our Discord server, make sure to do so. Link below in the description, and there is probably going to be a link in the chat being posted. That is a great place for notifications for my videos and streams and just channel updates in general. But guys, again, thank you so much for tonight's why do I keep saying tonight? For today's stream. I'm absolutely knackered, as you can hear. And until tomorrow's race, which fingers crossed will be the race of the season, given the grid we have. Till then, guys, it has been me, as a HD. Goodbye.